this weekend. Number one was Hunger Games, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. $44 million was the take. Followed by Trolls Band Together. The Marvels was third. Then you have Thanksgiving, Five Nights at Freddy's, The Holdovers. Next Goal Wins. 8 was Taylor Swift, The Eras Tour. Then you have Priscilla and Killers of the Flower Moon. First story we're going to start with is Dana Carvey and his wife Paula are thankful for all the support they received following the death of their son Dex last week. He died due to an accidental drug overdose. He was only 32 years old. And they wrote in a joint statement, this is just to say thank you. They posted this on Instagram on Saturday. They shared that both of them have been overwhelmed by the love and compassion that people have shared with them. They said, we received so many beautiful messages from people who knew Dex. These touched us more than we could ever express in words. Dana announced that he is going to be stepping away from work and social media.
It's understandable.
As he and Paula and their son Thomas, quote, try to figure out what life looks like now that they are a family of 3.
So if you see any footage of Dex, you see footage of Dex with Dana. He's like, they're so similar, the mannerisms and everything, or you know, it's so sad. At the end of SNL, Preston, Colin Jost held up a sign, you know, sending their love from the cast to him. Yeah.
Wow, it's just sad news. All right, on to something a little lighter. We're gonna go light heavy through some of these.
One drink, one water.
Yeah,
one drink, one water.
Your mom would be so proud of you.
Yeah, she would.
So Leonardo DiCaprio expressed his gratitude for Sharon Stone in a recent interview. The Titanic actor commented on how Sharon paid him to star in the 1995 film The Quick and the Dead after the studio refused to cast him in the film.
That's wild. I didn't know that.
She said, these are 2 actors I want to work with, DiCaprio said, referring to himself and Russell Crowe.
One of them is Leonardo DiCaprio.
She said, he said, it's incredible. She's been a huge champion of cinema and giving other actors opportunities, so I'm very thankful. He said, I've thanked her many times. I don't know if I sent her an actual physical thank you gift, but I cannot thank her enough. And apparently she wrote about Leo's audition in her memoir and said this kid named Leonardo DiCaprio was the only one who nailed the audition. The studio said if I wanted him so much, I could pay him out of my own salary, so I did.
Well, she had just, her star was at the top at that point. She'd come off of, you know, obviously with Michael Douglas, Fatal Attraction.
Yep.
And Sliver, I think it was. So she had...
you mean Basic Instinct?
Basic Instinct,
Instinct,
yes. And so she had that power. And, yeah, wow, good for her.
Yeah, and obviously helped launch Leo's career, so he's thankful.
Have you seen the Albert Brooks documentary called Defending Your Life? It's basically a riff on the title of his movie.
Right. No, I haven't.
It's a great documentary about all of the stuff that he's done, and he worked with Sharon Stone on the movie The Muse.
Okay.
And it's like everyone has all this great stuff to say about Sharon Stone now. So, yeah.
That's cool. All right, here's a more heavier story. The son of Hulk Hogan was arrested for a DUI early on Saturday morning, 16 years since he was involved in a horrific car wreck in the same Florida city. So Nick Hogan was taken into custody on a misdemeanor charge of driving under the influence shortly before 4 a.m. and refused to take a sobriety test. The exact details of the incident remain unclear. Before his arrest, Nick had been seen on his Instagram page attending a bikini contest at his dad's restaurant in the Clearwater area on Friday night.
Of course.
Nick had previously been involved in a horrific car crash in Clearwater in 2007. And that wreck left his friend John Graziano with a severe brain injury. Graziano, who was an active duty Marine at the time, was a passenger in Nick Hogan's car when it careened off the road and struck a tree in Clearwater while drag racing against a friend.
I remember all that. I remember the court, all that stuff, all the drama that went on around that.
Hogan, who was 17 years old, spent 8 months in jail after pleading no contest to a charge of reckless driving involving serious bodily injury. The Graziano family sued the Hogans over the accident that left John under 24/7 care for the rest of his life. Like, it messed him up permanently.
It was that much later than that Hulk Hogan started dating his daughter's best friend.
Yeah, so you would think, you know, with a DUI under your belt, you may, I don't know, grab an Uber or something like that.
Nah.
I'm sure he doesn't live too far from there.
Sometimes it's hard catching a ride from the bikini contest.
I guess it is, you know.
From the 4 a.m. bikini contest. I mean, come on.
Yeah. All right, so you got a DUI. All right, here's a lighter and nicer story. Suki Waterhouse dropped a baby bombshell while on stage at the Corona Capital Festival in Mexico. On Sunday, the singer and model revealed a sparkly baby bump, alluding to her first child with partner Robert Pattinson.
Ah.
She said in a fan-made video that was shared to social media, "I'm extra sparkly today because I thought it might distract you from something else that's going on." And the wind was blowing, opening up the flap of her coat to reveal a baby bump as the crowd cheered.
And then they cut to Pattinson. What the hell?
Yeah. Waterhouse and Pattinson were first romantically linked in July 2018 and reportedly started living together in London, where Pattinson was filming The Batman.
So word is, the production on that sequel is going to happen, and now he's got a baby on the way.
Baby on the way. That's
Baby the Batman.
All right, and I'm sorry, she is a
Singer,
I don't know much
model.
about her.
model. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought she was only a model, but then I see her singing
She's
here.
done some stuff. Maybe DJ Casey. She's
Okay.
done some stuff up on stage.
Okay.
Suki.
So baby on the way. All right, here's a heavy story now. Former adult film star Ron Jeremy has been released to a private residence due to deteriorating health.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Jeremy, whose full name is Ronald Jeremy Hyatt, 70 years old now, was being held in the men's Central Jail in downtown Los Angeles for months since he was declared incompetent to stand trial earlier this year. Jeremy, who has dementia, was waiting to be placed in a state medical facility. In 2021, he entered a not guilty plea after a grand jury indicted him on over 30 counts of sexual assault, including 12 counts of forcible rape. A judge on Friday ruled that Jeremy should be released into a private residence to receive medical care since no medical facility will take him.
Yeah, man.
The district attorney's office said that the court granted the conditional release despite the office's concerns for public safety. According to them, he's, quote, practically bedridden and does not have the ability to leave a residence. The district attorney's office said, "We expressed concern that even if that is true, he could assault caregivers, which he has allegedly attempted to do at other facilities." So, like, no facility
Nobody wants him.
will take him.
Wow.
So I remember prior to all this, before all this, all these rape allegations came out and all that stuff was more in the mainstream, there was a documentary about him, which at that time was depressing because he was constantly getting tested for AIDS, and he was just a depressed guy.
Yep, I remember
this
that.
This is 10 times worse.
Yep. So
What a way to check out a life.
they are sending him to, he's going to be able to go to a home, but they're going to have to keep an eye on him, obviously. All right, a lighter story. According to Us Weekly, John Stamos and Lori Loughlin reunited on Friday for a viral TikTok trend based on the Netflix docuseries Beckham.
John Stamos.
In the video, the Full House host co-stars dance together to Dolly Parton and Kenny Rogers' Islands in the Stream, just like David Beckham and Victoria Beckham do in their series. And I guess it's a thing. I'm not
It
really
is a
sure.
thing.
Yeah.
I can't keep up on all the things. I know they started by eating some Tide Pods.
Okay. Well, they're trying to do all the TikTok challenges.
John Stamos.
Stamos captioned the TikTok post writing, "How'd we do?" So he wanted fans to chime in on that.
Stinks.
All right, heavy story. British actor Joss Ackland has died at the age of 95. His family said in a statement no cause or location were given.
I was sad to see this.
The stage and screen actor had been in more than 100 movies and TV series, among them the films White Mischief, 1989's Lethal Weapon 2, and 1990's Red October, as well as others.
You know, in case has diplomatic immunity.
And also in Red October, we have not heard from him in quite some time.
You've lost.
Yeah.
Another submarine?
Another submarine.
Perhaps.
That's him.
He's great.
He was born in
I thought he was Russian.
1928 in London's Ladbroke Grove area, grew up in North London, and he appeared in dozens of films throughout the 1980s and 90s, including he was in The Mighty Ducks as well.
Yes.
And Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. I'm sure he was proud of that one.
He was Ted.
He was awarded the CBE in 2000 for his services to acting, but he had a nice, healthy career and some memorable lines along the way. Let's see here. All right, I'm trying to go heavy light, and all that, right? Because I have some other people who
drink one more.
died. And all right, how about this? This is a light one. Meghan Markle is sharing her response to the popularity of Suits ever since it hit streaming earlier this year, when a Variety reporter informed her that the show had crossed more than 45 billion minutes streamed on Netflix and Peacock combined. The Duchess of Sussex said, "Isn't that wild?" It's like $1 billion. She plays paralegal Rachel Zane on the series. She said it was great to work on, such a great cast and crew. We had a really fun time. I was on it for 7 seasons, so quite a bit, she said. But it's hard to find a show that you can binge watch that many episodes of these days, so that could have something to do with it. But good shows are everlasting.
How much through it are you, Case?
I'm into.
You started 2 seasons?
I'm into season 2.
Okay.
There are 7 or 8 seasons.
Right.
I just, and I'm enjoying it. I just got distracted by other stuff.
It's like a junk food show, right?
No doubt.
All right,
this is kind of weird. Halle Bailey took to Snapchat stories on Saturday to respond to a comment one person made about her, quote, pregnancy nose.
Have you ever seen this pregnancy nose on some people's?
No.
I have.
Oh, yeah.
Explain, please, because I don't know.
Go ahead.
It just changes. I remember seeing somebody who was ready to pop, like day before their birth. And when I saw them, I was like, I don't even recognize you.
It widens out the nose, right?
The nose completely changed. It widened, got
I think they say if that happens, probably not. But if that happens, I think it's a girl.
There's
but
some
it wasn't. It was a boy, and
some can get like really bad where it does widen, a lot across their face, but it can be subtle. Like I saw somebody not that long ago, and she was pregnant, and if I just looked at her face, I would have known. It wasn't. She didn't gain weight in her face. Nothing. It was literally.
You just saw something that was.
It was
different.
just in the nose.
Really?
Because I was going to say the whole face can change.
Oh,
Right,
yeah.
yeah.
And
Without question.
Yeah.
But sometimes, Kath, you're saying just the nose?
Yeah, it was. I could see it.
Does she look like Carl Malden?
No,
Yes.
Steve, it really wasn't. It just was like this. I don't even know how to explain it.
Like a big nose?
No, maybe like a little swollen, but not. It wasn't changed like it could, because it can, like we're talking about here. But it was just like the slightest change, and I was like, oh, she's pregnant.
Interesting.
So we're looking at pictures of Halle Bailey, and I don't think I would have noticed a difference. You know?
I mean, because these pictures are her face in a different angle
Yeah,
each
yeah,
time,
great.
so it's hard to tell.
But the nose, they do go back. Right, like, so they change, and the one that I'm talking about in particular was a drastic change. But now, years later,
What do you think?
now
Everything is fine.
the nose went back to normal.
But she said, said on a comment-wise, she's like, if I see one more person saying something about my nose one more time, there's going to be hell to pay.
Yeah, I agree.
She said, I'm black. I love my nose. Why are you concerned about my nose? Leave me the hell alone. So
she's incredibly attractive.
she's wonderful.
Yeah.
But, at any point, when a woman is pregnant, there's no need to go pointing out any features whatsoever on their body.
And there was a woman who came to camp out last week who was very obviously pregnant, but even then, I didn't want to say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
Yeah.
Are you fat?
You're just fat, right?
Yeah, you're just fat. You're not pregnant. You're fat with your big wide nose, right?
I thought this was a pretty nice story. Kerry Washington appeared on the most recent episode of Trevor Noah's What Now podcast and touched on one of the biggest revelations in her new memoir, which is titled Thicker Than Water. The Scandal star writes about learning at the age of 41 that her father, Earl Washington, is not her biological father.
Wow.
She shared that James Corden was, quote, very concerned for her when she started looking for her biological father. She said, James was like, I need to talk to you. I love you. I'm very concerned about you seeking your donor because you have this beautiful life. And, I know your parents. I know your kids. I understand how beautiful your life is. And I don't want you to give this person so much power that if they aren't who you want them to be, that you suddenly think your life is a failure or that you are unlovable or unworthy in some way. And she said, and he told me this beautiful story about some friends of his who used a donor. They went to a sperm bank, and the rules of the sperm bank are that the identity of the donor is not disclosed, but they can write a note to the future child. So this donor wrote a note to this child saying, and it gives me chills every time I think about it, she said, it said, Dear kid, I want you to know that I am not your father, that who I am is just help. There are two people who are your parents. They loved you so much. They wanted to meet you so badly, and all they needed was a little bit of help. So they asked me to give them that help, but they are your parents.
Wow.
Aw.
Right?
That is a pretty
Wow.
it's a pretty prophetic thing
Yes.
to give to a child.
Absolutely.
Because if you meet them and they come up to you and it's
I had 3
it
testicles.
could be
I had some to spare.
Yeah.
I thought that was a sweet story.
that is a beautiful story.
Yeah.
I was wondering if James Corden had a personal anecdotal experience.
Maybe. I
Yeah.
don't know. All right, here's someone else who passed away. Is another negative story to you. According to Entertainment Weekly, Goodfellas actor Suzanne Shepard
You remember her?
passed away on Friday. I don't remember her from Goodfellas.
She's the one who's, who are these people?
Okay.
Elaine Bracco's mother.
Her mother, okay.
Yeah, her mother.
Now, I did know her from another role in Uncle Buck. She's the one that had the big mole on her face.
Right.
And he goes, I love that line. He's like, why don't you go down to the dump and find a rat to gnaw that thing off of your face? So in addition to Goodfellas, she starred in movies such as Mystic Pizza, Requiem for a Dream, and Lolita. She also played Mary DeAngelis on 20 episodes of The Sopranos.
She was also Dom in the first Fast and Furious.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that. I thought that was Vin Diesel. Her Sopranos co-star Ray Abruzzo paid tribute to her on Instagram on Saturday, saying sad to hear of the passing of Suzanne Shepard, a force of nature, actress, teacher, played Carmela's mother on Sopranos and Karen's mother in Goodfellas, he wrote. So
She's great when they, Ray Liotta shows up at the door and they've been out all night and she starts yelling at him and he just starts laughing and walks away. And she goes, Ma!
all right, let's see here. Let's see if I can end with
A happy one, right? You don't want to end on a death.
I don't have any
Is
other
it a funny
deaths.
death?
But I did. So in a recent interview with People, Sofia Vergara reflected on her experience this past year. She said, I've had a very interesting year. I don't want to say bad or anything like that, but it's been very interesting and very difficult. I went through a divorce this year, the SAG strike that went on for so long. I've seen my friends struggle. Some had to take their kids out of their schools or had problems with their mortgages, so it's been a weird, weird year. But despite the obstacles life has thrown at her, she remains optimistic. She said, it's not like it's bad. I think all the things are resolving. Everything is going to be okay, and I'm very excited for next year.
She's very, very wealthy.
Yes, she is
very wealthy, and she's very beautiful.
Yeah.
So she's having a less difficult time
I guess so.
than other people.
Well, somebody asked her. So
Right.
That's why
there
she's
we go.
answering it.
If she's
All right.
walking down the street offering that advice, it might be obnoxious.
And this is the last story, and I can't say it's good or bad, but
Let us decide. We'll take a vote.
Kim Kardashian is expanding her acting career.
Bad.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
Bad.
Deadline reports that she is set to star in and produce a film titled The Fifth Wheel, a comedy written by Paula Pell and Janine Brito. Now, see, here's the deal. The reason I bring this up is I've heard, and I haven't seen it, that she was pretty good on American Horror Story.
I've heard likewise.
I don't know.
I saw about 10 seconds of her. Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
She also voiced 2 Paw Patrol movies.
Well, there you go.
Oh,
She was
there you go.
nominated for one.
Yeah. So kudos to you, Kim.
Meryl Streep won for Sophie's Choice.
All right, we're ready for clips now. The Dude Perfect Gang returns primetime this week to host the alternate broadcast for Thursday Night Football. And here, the fellas talk about knowing their place against the professional broadcasters.
First off, it was just a huge honor that Amazon would even consider us to be alternate broadcasters. Of course, not main broadcasters. Al and Kirk like to make sure that they put alternate before they ever announce us on air, which is fine. I mean, we know our role.
What the?
Thursday Night Football with Dude Perfect will take place during the first ever NFL Black Friday game on November 24th.
Your kids into that? Or they
Seamus
were,
Dude
right?
Perfect?
Yeah.
I mean, not that I knew. I mean, they're aware of them and they know some of the clips, but I don't think they're like diehard viewers.
Seamus was. I don't know if he is
Oh, yeah.
anymore, but my wife and daughter were just in Dallas, which is where their headquarters were. And I was like, please, because they went and saw, like the grassy knoll and that sort of stuff. I was
Right.
like, can you please go to the Dude
actual
Perfect
historic
warehouse?
stuff.
Yeah, and take a picture for your son.
One of those dudes just went into space, either on Blue Horizons or one of the other ones. Yeah, and much like Casey, Ben watched it. I mean, much like Seamus, Casey, Ben watched it too. And so we were into it for a stretch. I'll give them this, man. Their production value is still top notch. Like, I know that they do 8 of those shots before one of them goes in, but they're really well produced videos.
Yeah. All right, so next clip. Here we go. The Hallmark movie, A Merry Scottish Christmas, has a new song by Cher and Michael Bublé, and a royally big family secret between two estranged siblings. In this clip, Lacey Chabert talks about her love of the holidays.
I am so excited about Christmas this year more than ever. And I feel like I say that every year. But every year I'm more excited because it's a time of rest and it's a time of joyfulness and it's a time to reflect. And the fact that we all share that as human beings is what really brings us together during the holidays.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
She ends up being my regular Saturday night thing because I watch the so many of the Hallmark movies.
She's in every single
She's in like every other one.
Yeah, I was over the weekend, so my in-laws were in town.
Yeah, and your father-in-law and me, we get along well.
This is all that he watches now. And so I saw Lacey Chabert all weekend long.
Oh, yeah.
Merry Scottish Christmas debuts this Friday on the Hallmark Channel, by the way. All right, there you go. That's the entertainment report for you this morning. Let us take a break. We have a nice, bright sunshine. A beautiful sunrise is happening. Might be in your eyes as you're driving on the way, so we'll have Kathy guide you in a little bit. But we'll come back in a moment and get into some other things. Alicia Vitarelli is stopping by to talk about the Thanksgiving parade, so stick around. We'll be back in just a moment. Calorie pear, or Pyrus calorenia, commonly called the Bradford pear tree, to a list of noxious weeds, plants that cannot be legally sold or cultivated in the state.
Wow. So it adds the list that is populated by the durian and other?
Well, no, it's considered invasive. So, so this is these are the semen trees.
What?
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. So the popular non-native flowering fruit tree naturalizes, spreading from planted landscapes, crowding out other plants, and disrupting native ecosystems.
So the semen tree is considered an invasive species?
Check that, Nick. Double check and make sure the Bradford pear is the one we're talking about.
If you don't know, this is a plant, a tree, I guess,
It's a
that
tree, yeah.
every year emits a smell that many have said, and I agree, smells like semen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's them.
That's okay. So this is it. So it apparently it crowds out other plants, disrupts native ecosystems. The ban on sale and cultivation will take effect on February 9th, with enforcement phased in over 2 years.
I'm surprised because landscapers will sell a lot of these. They'll use them in office parks and people's backyards and whatever. So this is a moneymaker for a lot of those places. I'm really surprised they came down with a ban.
Well, it's a beautiful tree.
Yeah.
And when it does create that scent, it's got these beautiful white blooms. It's just gorgeous.
It looks gorgeous.
I have 3 of them in my backyard.
I have a weeping vagina in my backyard.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's, well, you know what it smells like, but it's just, it's beautiful.
Okay. Now you got me thinking of Pussy Willows.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily categorize this scent as noxious, though. I mean,
it is different.
If you are around a bunch of them, like I have been in proximity to several of them, and it's like overpowering. Now, not noxious to the scent of I can't breathe.
Yeah.
right.
But definitely like, wow, this is overpowering. So, but it's apparently I guess it's taking up too much space. It's invading the area, and it's not native in the area. So, according to the agricultural secretary, the calorie pear is another non-native plant that was brought to the country for its beauty and rapid growth without regard to its long-term potential harm to our environment and food supply.
I didn't realize it was that sort of situation. Nick, as you rightfully point out, it ends up being used in garden plants.
Oh, yeah.
They're sold a lot.
And
another one that I've heard people complain about because of the smell is the ginkgo tree, and they're really pretty as well. Especially in the fall, they turn like a bright yellow. But people sometimes refer to them as the stinko tree, and I believe like it's only the male of the species that stinks or whatever. But yeah,
we have a butthole bush by our front door, and the flowers are wonderful, but it does.
What does it smell like?
It smells like a butthole.
Okay, yeah.
Is it year round or only in the spring?
No, it's like for 1 week.
Oh,
you know,
you can deal with that.
Is your butthole open?
Don't come over. It's butthole week.
Is your butthole sprouting?
Yes.
Oh my God.
The butthole's open.
What's your
and the scent
You've got to come by.
It only happens 1 week out of the year when the
We'll
butthole's
sit
open.
between that and the semen plant.
All right, here you go. Here's some big news.
All right.
Kim Kardashian is making it clear, and I have a few Kim and Kanye stories here.
Oh, yeah.
Clear to Kanye, wants to set healthy boundaries.
Healthy boundaries.
So, in an interview with Hollywood Unlocked that will be released today, West claims that Kardashian's security team wouldn't let him into her house with their daughter North after he picked the kids up from school one day. Now, a source told People that while it's true that West was not allowed inside the house that day, Kim's security team didn't stop him from seeing the kids, picking them up, or dropping them off. The source continued saying he can no longer just walk inside her home without her permission, and Kim has a right to privacy and is trying to set healthy boundaries. So
she's a lawyer, you know.
Those who have gone through divorces, I assume, deal with this particular issue, which is somebody just walking right in.
That has to change.
Because you've been doing it for years and years and years. However, if you've been married for a long time, and then all of a sudden it stops there, and you have to ring the doorbell, you have to knock, or something like that.
It might be uncomfortable, but that's part of the deal.
Yeah, exactly.
The nature of the relationship has changed, and though you would imagine Kanye would have an easy time adapting to change.
Right.
He's not, apparently.
Apparently, the need to set these boundaries arose from Kanye making, quote, recent unannounced visits to Kim's home. In the Hollywood Unlocked interview, West is quoted as saying... That's when he stops by? Yeah. Unannounced.
Yo.
Yeah. So West is quoted in the interview as saying, "Don't play with me. Don't play with my children. Ain't no security going to get in between me and my children, and you ain't going to gaslight me." End quote.
Okay. Hey, he
Don't
goes
play
by,
with my children. I thought you want people.
Yes, of course. So they grow up
to
healthy.
play. They like to play. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, he goes by Yee now. So wouldn't he announce himself Yee?
Yee.
You know, it echoes around that house because there's nothing in it.
There's nothing in it.
Yeah.
There's nothing to deaden the sound. We have audio, Preston, if you'd like. He is.
All right, so this is about the song?
Yes.
So Kanye, this is part 2 of the story. Kanye called out Pete Davidson in his new song, The Game, which is called Easy. The track dropped on Friday, and people across all corners of the internet promptly went to work dissecting the lyrics from Kanye's verse.
So here's a question, and this to me is indicative of a kind of person. He is in a relationship with someone else himself.
Yeah.
He's making out publicly with this other person. Why? Why is he going off the deep end about Pete Davidson? She's simply moving on as well. He's moving on. Why is it so bad that she's moving on?
His ego won't allow it. You know?
That has to be it.
Yeah, so there's nobody better than him, and his ego won't allow it. And
It's narcissism.
It's
pure
no
narcissism,
doubt.
yeah.
But did you
Well,
see that?
is she in their house?
Yes.
So that that's probably where.
But they
it
have a
stems from.
multitude of houses, Kathy.
Right.
He has that ranch, and he actually bought a house, I think, diagonally across the street from her to be close to the kids.
Now, is this
But that's
the
probably
song?
the hard part. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that was his house. That was where he lived too. So the fact now that he's got to knock on the door, which listen, yes, it needs to happen.
Yep.
They're not together anymore. But that's probably why he's having a hard time.
Steve, is this a song that they're listening to and like Madonna's in the thing? It's like there are all these people in a room and it's like him and Madonna and Antonio Brown. Like,
Are you talking about video footage?
there's video footage of them all listening to a song. And
All right.
what's wild is Madonna's like the grandmom, and she's acting like the kid in this movie or in this video.
That imagery is troubling. But he specifically mentions Pete Davidson.
Yeah, he mentioned a bunch of things. I'm going to go through some of the lyrics in this song. So he talks about his divorce from Kim, and I'm quoting this. We having the best divorce ever. If we go to court, we go to court together. Matter of fact, pick up your sis. We'll go to courts together. Courtney.
Courtney.
You know what he did
Love
there?
it. I haven't heard lyrics this sharp since Poopity Scoop.
All right, co-parenting his kids. He writes, I watched 4 kids for like 5 hours today. I wear these Yeezy boots everywhere, even in the shower today. He rhymed today with today.
Yeah.
And by the way, he did a little drop on his own product line.
Self-promotion. Love it.
I got love for the nannies, but real family is better. The cameras watch the kids. Y'all stop taking the credit. Non-custodial dad, I bought the house next door. What you think the point of really being rich for?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no, it makes incredible sense. So he doesn't want to besmirch the nanny staff, which he had a relationship with them as well. But he's saying Kim's not being the mother she needs to be because she's with that Pete Davidson.
All right. Then you have grappling with his kid's privilege. And he writes, he spits, when you give them everything, they only want more. Bougie and unruly, y'all need to do some chores. Rich-ass kids, this ain't your mama house. Climb on your brother's shoulders, get that top ramen out.
Ooh.
Okay.
So, all right, he had me at ramen.
He had me at ramen. God save me from that crash just so I can beat Pete Davidson's ass.
That's it.
And my new bitch bad, I know Illuminati mad.
Yeah, man.
How did he drag the Illuminati in?
I don't know, but he's obviously a big fan of that point in history.
They mad, so
Yeah.
he found out about it.
All right, we're looking at the video that Casey was talking about. Yeah, Madonna's over-emoting in this particular video. She's moving around a bit too much. She's making a spectacle of herself.
I'm 60 years old.
Stop
I
it.
got to act like a.
Okay.
And what's the context of this?
Well,
video?
she's made them
listening party.
snickerdoodles because she's grandma.
Oh, all right. That was nice of her.
Is anyone you want cookies?
I would.
Snoop, do you?
That's pretty much the only reason they invited her. Yeah.
They're piping hot and they're great with milk.
All right. Let her in.
All right, last bit
Yo,
of...
who let your grandma in?
Last bit of lyrics are his public romance with Julia Fox, and he wrote, Oh, no, that was it.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it. Talking about I know my new bitch bad.
New bitch bad.
I know Illuminati
So
bad.
beautiful.
So there you go.
My
That's
new bitch bad.
the latest on the
Yeah,
tube.
it's definitely a study in narcissism because she has a relationship, he has a relationship, move on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yee.
If you guys didn't know, Kathy had the Rona. She got past it, but there are some lingering effects.
Yes.
And a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was more of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens, but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I started. I had congestion too. So sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No, and then flash forward, now we're a few weeks in, and my taste is, I would say my taste is like 0 to 10%. I don't know. Maybe today I'll see.
Yeah.
I thought maybe at one point it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in the mustard,
right,
that,
exactly.
as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah.
It's like it's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such
So
a unique
weird.
thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona. Still, even they eventually get their taste back, but it can be a while.
God,
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years a loss of taste.
Is that right? What
and
caused
then
it?
It just came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything, and then it just came back around one
I
day.
mean, what's weird here, and not.
Yes. Many things have built up.
I love your stream of consciousness graphic that our friend, I believe his name is Michael, did for us.
It's a riff on Doctor Strange.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
And the Multiverse of Madness, was that the one?
Yeah.
So we appreciate that. All right, I'm going to start with this. Steve, you had mentioned the Hallmark movies a little while ago. We were talking about Lacey Chabert.
Yes.
And there is a place called Bloomsy Box.
Bloomsy Box.
They're looking to hire a Christmas movie maven to watch and rank 12 Hallmark holiday movies for $2,000.
Yeah, I've already seen them all.
Yeah.
So just send me my check.
I thought of you as soon as I heard this.
But now they want you to review them, Steve.
All right.
So the candidate will also receive hot cocoa, and a pair of fuzzy socks.
Oh, Steve, you got to do this.
Yeah, I have the fuzzy socks. I've got the cocoa. I've got about 4 shirts and jerseys that say, "This is my Hallmark watching jersey." I'm in 100%.
Bloomsy Box said on its website, we've devised an ironclad rating system designed to stand up to the scrutiny of even the most steadfast of Scrooges. The ranking system includes a festivity factor, predictability quotient.
Oh.
There you go, dude.
Predictability is always 10.
Chemistry check and tear jerker test. So
the predictability is what makes them work.
See, not for me though. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I can't stand them.
To me,
is because of the predictability. I sit there and I watch, and I'm a slave to it, and I check out. I do something else. I have my laptop. I put on the headphones. It's on the TV. I have come to the realization that is the reality of my household. Blah blah blah. But I just can't bring myself to sit there because they are so. You can see it coming in the first 5 minutes.
I told you.
Yeah.
I was decorating the tree. This was 2 years ago.
Uh-huh.
I had gone from one movie into another and didn't know. and so that to me, you know how you talk about putting on your PJs and they're comfortable and you know what you're going to get?
Yeah.
That for me is lots of holiday decorations, snow, beautiful people.
That's the only thing that grabs me. It's the gorgeous women.
Yeah.
That's
Lacey Chabert.
That's what gets me. The Lacey Chaberts and all the other standard, Dana.
McKellar.
Dana McKellar is another one of those that I'll go,
there's a whole roster.
I'll hang out for a minute or two.
Yeah.
And there's some other ones that are like, I think I know who that is. I'm not sure who she is. But yeah, that's the only reason that it grabs me. But applications are open now through December 3rd. If Steve, if you want to try out for a Bloomsy Box,
I could actually give them some good advice because they did one. It was a Lacey Chabert one. They actually made a sequel to it because they actually had a bit of sharp writing. They had neighbors being less than wonderful.
Okay,
and they had them being sort of funny and quirky in an annoying way. Like, you don't usually get that. Everyone's like, would you like a gingerbread cookie?
Yes, totally.
And so I like that. And apparently other people did too because they've done a sequel.
Lacey Chabert, besides being pretty, has got the cutest little lisp.
The lisp.
It is just, it's adorable.
And somehow she makes it like Danica McKellar. I mean, it is the most saccharine, maudlin script you'll ever hear, but they make it work somehow.
Yeah.
You know who was good? Again, I'll tell you, Lindsay Lohan's Netflix Christmas movie.
Yeah, remember
you
It was
that.
really well done.
You've been going on about that for
I mean,
sure.
what you do is take any one of these movies and automatically realize, lower your standards by 75% and then watch it. And then you'll appreciate it.
There's a gal, and she's one of the older ones who I think is super duper cute, and I think she might have been a soap opera star. Blonde,
Yes.
beautiful face,
Sort of very Irish looking.
and kind of she's not. A lot of these gals are like super skinny, and like in phenomenal shape. This gal's not. She's a little bit. She's got a little bit more meat on her bones, but I think she's very pretty. I wish I knew who it was.
She was on the Biggest Loser.
No, she was not.
Yes, she was.
Are you serious?
She was the host.
Allison Sweeney.
She was the host.
okay.
Preston.
All right, I thought,
Allison
dude, I'm
Sweeney.
sorry. I thought you meant.
was a good-
Hold on. I thought you were referring to like my 600-pound life.
She was on my 600-pound life. No, she was the host.
That's her.
That's her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
beautiful eyes.
Yeah.
Stunningly beautiful.
Allison
eyes.
Sweeney is one of the veterans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and by the way, the dude has to look good too. If they mismatch them, it drives me crazy.
I agree.
The dude has to look good.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, Steve, you can make $2,000.
Oh, man.
They're looking for somebody
Love
to be a review of it. All right.
Found money.
We'll go on to something else here. Stream of Consciousnessner.
The stream of Consciousnessner.
So Bumble has forecasted some shifts in dating trends for next year.
Bumble's bounce.
Yeah, they do. That is right. The dating app found that 63%, of adults say age is not a defining factor, and women are more open to dating someone younger.
It's amazing when you look at on TikTok or these Instagram models, how many of them are attracted to older men with dad bods. It's almost as if they're lying to get subscribers, Kathy.
35% have become less judgmental when it comes to age gaps in relationships.
What's the formula again? As far as like
Angle of the dangle plus the heat of the meat equals the torque of the door.
Not that one. That's the
like
Pythagorean
minus
theory.
the 8 or whatever.
Yeah,
What is
how
that?
young you can date.
Well,
as
what
a,
was that?
The
half
perfect mix
plus
is
one.
what's that, Nick?
Half plus one.
Okay, because maybe I was thinking the wrong equation because I always heard 6 years difference between the man and the woman.
Wait a minute, half plus one.
Yeah, half of your age plus one.
So if you're 50, you can date a 26-year-old?
I think that's the formula that Casey was talking about.
Okay.
That's the one that Einstein came up with.
Wow.
Nick, I thought there was an 8 in there somewhere. I thought
so too.
Right?
Yeah, I didn't think
But
it
at
was
some
as
point-
easy as half.
I
plus
think
one.
At some point, that doesn't work because if you're 30, you're dating a 16-year-old.
Nick's equation. Yeah, I
Well,
guess
it has
that's
to be
true.
legal.
Yeah. Got to be age of
A consent.
legal consent.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. The rule states of dividing your own age by 2 and then adding 7, Nick. That was
Okay.
close.
Oh, I was close.
You can
My age
find
minus your one.
Though you're very industrious.
you can find the socially acceptable minimum age of anyone you want to date. So if you're a 24-year-old, you can feel free to be with anyone who is at least 19.
Well,
Because
there's
12 plus 7 equals 19, but not someone who is 18.
Roman Polanski says half minus 6.
Half minus 6.
my
Stop it.
We were Kathy and I were chatting with a group of 3 women at camp out last week, and one of whom was in her 20s, and she was talking about how much she hates dating apps. She's been on Bumble and Hinge, and she I think is about like 23, maybe something like that, maybe 24.
She was 20. Yeah.
24.
Yeah. So yeah, 23.
Yeah,
24,
and Steve, she dated way younger. She went like 18, 19. And then
did she?
Yeah. And well, I asked her what her age range was, and she started like not younger than 18, but started at 18 and then went up to like 30, 31.
Preston?
Well, I thought you were going to start to
recognize
tell
him.
the story about the woman who had bruises on her forehead, but that's
Gonna
a
tell
totally
that story
different
another
story.
time. That has nothing to do with the dating app. It has a lot to do
No,
with
I'm sure you can find it on Pornhub.
And
No,
it
by
wasn't
the
from
way-
any kind of abuse whatsoever. It was
Yeah,
something
right.
else. No,
No,
it was wanted
Yeah.
bruises on their forehead.
No, what Nick was talking about, that was the tamest part of that whole conversation
yeah.
that happened for like a few hours.
That was part of that same conversation?
yeah,
Yes, it
it
was.
was all, yeah.
There were
Wow.
3 women, 2 of whom were closer in age to me, and then one who was much younger.
It
And
was closer in age to me.
yeah, that's right. Very close to Kathy,
Right.
Kathy's son. So
But you know what? I have heard and read a few studies lately that the dating apps are taking a little bit of a back seat.
The glow is off a little
Yeah,
bit. The
yeah.
halo has been lowered on the dating apps
Because-
and more conventional methods.
because there's too much. There's too much BS.
Yeah.
It's too much to go. And
of the guys
now
have 3
and now
testicles.
we're back to the real world.
Yeah.
Which eventually you'll find out there's too much BS there too.
I will liken it to anything. Once there is a massive influx of attention, you're going to get the same issues that existed before.
Yeah.
So people go, well, why not return to the olden day, ye oldie times?
All right, so here's another stat from Bumble and their forecast for 2024 in dating. They're saying that green dating, or wanting your partner to have the same values, is also on the rise. 33% of users polled say that it's a turnoff if someone isn't aware of current events. 1/3, I haven't heard that as green dating, but I guess it's green light, I guess, as opposed, or green flag as opposed to
Well,
like
I just thought if someone is green,
red flags.
like Kermit.
1/3 believe emotional intimacy is more important than sex, and 31% of men report becoming more vulnerable.
yeah, I mean, it really depends on what you're looking for. Like, you can use a dating app to get laid, and I think that's pretty easy if you're looking for relationships.
Your balls hurt my forehead.
Jesus Christ.
Stop it.
That's being vulnerable, right? Admitting
Very,
that.
very vulnerable.
Lying on your back.
Well,
Open.
if the
mouth.
guy's being vulnerable,
Yeah,
it would
yeah,
be
yeah,
his
yeah.
fault.
Your forehead hurt my balls.
I wonder if they're listening.
Yeah.
Yo, ever heard of jerkmate?
You text one of them. The girl, the third of those three, like, I would love to have her as a guest. She was so fascinating and everything that she was talking about, but I don't think there's any. I don't
No,
think we could
because-
ever get away with it.
I don't
No,
think we
and
could.
she also is not okay yet revealing
Right.
her identity and telling
Yeah.
her stories
There are
because of her profession
Exactly. Yes.
and the bruises on her
Yes.
forehead.
Well, anyhow, Shan Budram of Bumble said it is exciting to see people continue to lean into self-acceptance and vulnerability as the foundation of healthy and equitable relationships.
Huh.
So, yeah.
It's interesting. So, my wife, I met her at work. Yeah, at work, the workplace, at least for the longest time, I think Preston topped the list of likely places you were going to meet someone you would get into a relationship with.
I did it the old school way. I met my wife at a bar.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is,
Yeah.
is a classic.
Like our forefathers.
DJ and Tub Girl come together in a 1990s love story. That's how it happened right there, gang.
But you were working at that club, right?
Yeah.
So she was kind of a coworker.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I mean, I was only there for the night. I wasn't like a regular coworker, and she wasn't there all the time.
Not enough time for a bruised forehead.
No. I don't think it's ever happened.
No. I can't even see how it would happen.
Oh, yeah, this is our origin story in the 1990s. Yeah. All right, let me see. I have another stream of Consciousnessner.
The street is singing. You want to play Harvey Korman one more time?
Sure.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
Where is each one of those?
Yeah, they're on the same channel.
Yeah,
I tried to.
All right.
But
That's why we're
You
having
can't beat Harvey
That's why
Korman.
we're having the audio level issue. So, all right. So we'll go with this one. Honda is recalling nearly 250,000 vehicles in the U.S. because of a manufacturing defect that could cause engines to improperly run, stall, or stop while you're driving.
That's not good.
Yeah, so there's a whole big list of them. The recall applies to certain 2015 to 2020 Acura TLX cars, 16 to 20 Acura MDX SUVs, 17 to 19 Ridgeline pickup trucks. Like, there's a whole bunch of them here.
That's
So if you
the,
drive a
crazy.
Honda, go check this out.
Any chance a 2013 CRV is on there?
No, it looks like you're good on that. That's a little early. That's a little, early model. Is that you?
No, that's what my son drives.
Okay, all right.
So Honda is Acura, Volkswagen, Audi.
Toyota's Lexus.
Right,
And Nissan's Infinity.
right.
Yeah, you're talking about their luxury brands.
Their luxury, line.
Yeah, so a lot of these are just the straight up Hondas. So according to the company, manufacturing error with the engine crankshaft could cause the connection rod bearing in affected engines.
That's why I always keep an extra crankshaft in the car.
Yeah, and your rod bearings, you got a whole basket of them.
In that basket, there's a bunch of rod bearings.
Did you guys like Crankshaft, the comic strip?
I did. Yeah.
What was that one?
It was just like a guy who was a bus driver, I believe.
I don't know if I remember that.
Yeah,
one or not.
he assaulted the passengers.
Yeah, that was his thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Get ready to get some bruising.
They a manufacturing error with the engine crankshaft could cause the connecting rod bearing in affected engines to prematurely wear and seize.
Let me
At
ask
what
you-
point when people are talking about engines, do you just completely
The second you said the car brand, I'll tell you this. When you get a notification of some sort of recall, the only time I forget about it until I go in for regular service, and they say, "Oh, by the way, we have to replace this piece." So I've never gotten anything where like the engine will explode, where I felt it was that pressing, where I needed to go immediately, that it couldn't wait till regular service.
And usually I go to a dealer for service, and if there's a recall, they'll do it. They'll handle it right there. Have you guys ever known anyone who's a gearhead who has worked on the same car for like 8 years?
Oh, God, yeah. My neighbor.
Dad.
I've never been able to figure out, and I guess maybe it's a project on the side, and you just kind of tinker with it, and someday they'll get done. But I've known people who have been Dude, he's still working on that car 8 years later.
Oh, it's my dad. My
Yeah.
dad has.
So what car is it?
Well, he did legitimately build from nothing all the way up a Cobra, and he won a bunch of car shows with it. This was when we were younger.
So he's good.
And it was it was a cool thing. He would take the Cobra.
Did it have
out.
did it have the doorbell for signal or?
No, Steve. This was legit. Okay. This was a legit car. And it was cool when he would pull it out and he would take us for a ride around the block and all that kind of stuff. But as the years went on, he had other not so cool cars that he would work on. There's currently one that's sitting in the garage, which we just talked about. I just talked to my mom about it. He moved it from their house in Levittown when they moved out of Bucks County and over to Montgomery County. He moved it. They moved 9 years ago.
Wow. What's the model?
I have no.
You don't know?
I have no idea.
My friend's father has been working on the same car since we were in grade school. Okay, so and the plan was, and here's the weird thing is they don't have a garage. This thing was in and is still in the basement of his house. And it's
how?
Okay, so it is one of those old cars that is it's like English in variety, and it is a constant convertible.
Like an MG?
It might be an MG.
No, it's probably an Excalibur. Is it a kit car?
I don't remember. I don't know if it's a kit
sporty
car.
thing.
Does it talk?
Like a
Then it's
TR7 or
kit.
I think it's one of the two that you said.
either a Triumph, a TR7, or
an MG.
MG. Yeah.
I feel like it's an MG.
TR7.
It is still in their basement, and I don't know how close it is to being put together. But the idea was
So when
that
it's finished, he's going to drive it up the steps and take it out?
there's no way he would literally have to bust out a hole in the wall. I'm like, I don't know how you're going to get this out of your car.
Why are you doing that?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. I think
Is it going to
maybe
be
it
a
was
centerpiece or make it into a bed or?
You can drive the laundry up and down the stairs
Oh
when
my
you're.
God. Yeah, we had somebody that my kids are going to school with, and was a neighbor, and I remember when he bought it. He bought this old, beat up, rundown, not running Firebird.
Yeah.
From the probably late 60s or whenever they first came out. Anyhow, I saw that thing sit in his driveway for a decade. And I'm just like, I'm wondering
When's that going to be finished?
Someday it's going to happen, but I guess not. But
Even the most glacial of hobbies eventually you finish. My neighbor in Manioc, Brian, he had a car that he was working on for the longest time, and at a certain point, I'm like, when do you say I'm done? When is it done? Technically, you know.
I I wanted to do a '68 Camaro, and in my mind, it would have been a great project to do with my father-in-law, right? And we could, bond over doing this because he knows what he's doing, and I could be like, oh, here's your socket wrench, old guy.
Is that the one in Better Off Dead that stays on the lawn? Okay,
yes. Yeah. But
that's the one. But
You gonna do it?
No. This was years and years ago, and now I have to pay for college. So
You're on your own, old
these
man.
little passion projects aren't going to work.
Yeah. All right. Well, Honda has made these recalls. There's a whole bunch of them. You're going to have to look it up on your own because there's too much info here on them.
Or maybe during your commute this morning, you'll find out.
Yeah, I'm going to pose that along to you. All right. Let's go somewhere else. Let's stream somewhere else. I think you guys will like this. This is a follow-up story. This past Wednesday, it was 10 years ago when a child battling cancer transformed into the superhero Bat Kid and saved the city of San Francisco from the villains of Gotham. You guys remember this,
It was made into a documentary that is wonderful.
So Miles Scott is now 15 years old and living cancer-free.
How cool is that?
It's great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll see these things pop up and then never get a follow-through on what ended up happening years later. But apparently he's doing great. So I was really happy to see that. The city of San Francisco lent fire and police resources to the experience, and thousands of participants turned out to make the wish complete with a cheering public crowd rooting on Miles, his little brother Clayton dressed as Robin, and Batman in a quest to thwart the Riddler in downtown San Francisco. Make-A-Wish Greater Bay Area saw a notable increase in requests for wishes for other children after the public display of support for Miles. So, like, that superhero thing had not been done before.
No. And
that was the first one I ever remember seeing.
They gave it, obviously, legs around the country and around the world, and I love this.
Yeah.
Especially if you've never seen the documentary, it's well worth checking
The
out.
documentary is called Bat Kid Begins.
Yeah.
The wish heard round the world. So sweet. And as part of the 10-year anniversary of the event, Make-A-Wish Greater Bay Area shared an update on Miles, who now lives in a small town near the Oregon border with his family. He plays high school football, enjoys driving the tractor on his family farm.
Wow.
He has been in remission for the past decade and sees an oncologist once a year to maintain his health. Miles said in his statement, I am doing amazing, and I would love to just say, like, yeah, I'm fine. He had no way of knowing how many people would be willing to support his wish that day. He said, I feel normal, but every time I think about it, it's like, wow, that actually happened. His mother, Natalie, is now a volunteer with the Make-A-Wish Greater Bay Area and helps fulfill wishes for children in that area. So
It's amazing.
Thought that was really cool. And I personally did not know a follow-up to that.
Make-A-Wish is obviously a national organization, and they are able to raise money across the country. But locally, they are in need of some assistance, and a lot of the money that's raised locally stays locally. So I've done some work with Make-A-Wish Philadelphia, and their Instagram, if you're interested, is Make-A-Wish PHL. And our buddy Nick Murphy is shooting some of their videos, too. So they're always looking for some contributions, and they're great because they do so much with local organizations, especially the sports organizations, to get these kids in to see things and, trips to Disney. It's one thing after another.
Was Make-A-Wish solely at its inception for terminal kids?
I don't remember.
Yeah, because it seems they've broadened it out. And
I think it may have been initially, Steve, because that's where it began.
Yeah,
you know? So maybe they,
I think anything you can do
grew.
for any kid who's sick or like this, yeah. Absolutely.
So here's a story that kind of ties into this a little bit. A New York City woman who passed away on Sunday from cancer raised enough money to erase millions of dollars in medical debt with a posthumous plea for help. So Casey McIntyre told followers in a social media message posted by her husband that she had arranged to buy the medical debt of others as a way of celebrating life. So she wrote on social media, if you're reading this, I have passed away. She said, I loved each and every one of you with my whole heart, and I promise you, I knew how deeply I was loved. And she was 38 years old, by the way. Mm-hmm. And the post included a link to a fundraising campaign started through the nonprofit, which is called RIP Medical Debt. Her husband, Andrew, posted the messages on Tuesday, and the campaign blew up and went past its $20,000 goal, and it raised about $140,000 within a couple of days, or enough to buy around $14 million in medical debt.
That's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gregory said his wife had good health insurance and received great care. But even so, the couple saw some terrifying charges on paperwork for her care. And he said, what resonated for me and Casey is there's good cancer treatment out there that people can't afford. He said, instead of dreaming of a cure for cancer, what if we could just help people who are being crushed by medical debt? So they got out and they started this campaign. RIP Medical Debt erases debt purchased from hospitals, other healthcare providers, and the secondary debt market, and it buys millions of dollars of debt in bundles for what it says is a fraction of the original value. The nonprofit says that every dollar donated buys about $100 in debt, and it aims to help people with lower incomes. The spokesman, Daniel Lampert, said the organization has never had a campaign where someone plans for it to start after their death.
It's amazing.
That was a really wonderful thing to do.
It's an inspiring stream of consciousness. Now.
Yeah, I know. There's some inspiration today.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
We'll move on to the next story. And this is inspiring, too.
Another one.
Merriam-Webster is well known for its litany of words in the dictionary, but Kraft is campaigning for one specific term to receive distinct recognition. Real Kraft Mayo is pushing for the word moist to be named as Merriam-Webster's word of the year.
Moist.
Moist.
Kathy's most despised word.
Yes.
Moist.
Do that.
While some may draw their own interpretations of the word when they hear it, the food manufacturing giant is using the term to describe its mayonnaise, which is not what I would use
moist.
to describe mayonnaise. I
Yeah.
would describe it as creamy, maybe.
Would you describe pudding as moist?
No.
No.
Not at all.
No. No.
So moist
Again, I say no.
is defined by Merriam-Webster as slightly or moderately wet.
Well, moisture.
I'm moderately wet right now. Or slightly wet.
Oh, I'm so slightly wet.
I'm just slightly wet.
Moderately moist.
They're just trying to get their name in there because Hellman's and Dukes are like the mayonnaises. This one, I would never. I'm sorry. No offense, Kraft, but I am not.
No offense.
No offense. All the people at Kraft are like, you bastard. But
We're going to crush that son of a bitch.
Would you say if we did a blind taste test of mayonnaises, you could distinguish between the three?
Well,
or which tastes best?
So how are
I
we?
see a challenge.
How are we tasting this? Am I doing spoonfuls of mayonnaise?
No, you would not have to.
Jarfuls.
It would be per your choice.
Okay.
On what it would be on. You know, we could maybe make 3 ham sandwiches or something like that.
I would maybe have to go tuna fish.
You'd have to go what?
I would
Tuna
have
fish?
to go like tuna, where there's like
You're
a
going to go tuna
nice,
on your ass.
where there's a nice mayonnaise base.
I'll tell you this, Casey, and maybe you can agree with this, or you can absolutely not agree with it. I think Kraft mayonnaise tends to be sweeter.
I wouldn't even know.
My mayonnaise of choice is Hellman's.
Yeah, I wouldn't know because I don't know if I've ever knowingly eaten Kraft mayonnaise.
Like you might have been slipped a mayonnaise Mickey.
Yeah.
It's all disgusting.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Are you a mayonnaise dude, Preston?
Cannot.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hellman's. What do you?
It doesn't matter.
It
to
doesn't
me.
matter. All right.
Yeah.
There are a number of reasons I don't like mayonnaise: the taste, the texture, and also because Casey, a mutual friend that we have, used to dig his hand into it and use it on.
Are
On
you
himself?
kidding?
No.
He would spank it with mayonnaise.
Is it? No, he would really.
Yeah, and they would find his roommates in college would find the mayonnaise container, like, and open it up to use it, and they'd see like the scoop
Hang
marks.
Oh my
As-
God!
wait, as a joke? Or
He would. Yes.
why?
With mayonnaise.
You have to understand this person.
I
don't want to.
Demented, right? Okay.
Yeah, there's just like, and he would get mad if somebody would buy the low fat because it didn't work as well as the regular.
Wow. By the way, would he then return it for consumption?
Oh, Steve, and they would see like the scoop mark.
Come on!
That's insane. That's
okay.
insane.
Isn't this your Jack and Mayo?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a bit blown away by that.
So you guys see why I don't like mayonnaise now?
Yeah, you have legit reason for that.
All right, so of the 3 quote unquote, we'll call them lubes.
Which one is best to spank it with?
Well, you got your mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Now I've also heard talcum powder. If you're a loose gripper, and then what was the third one? Oh, conditioner. Hair conditioner.
Okay, so a friend of mine might have anecdotal evidence that supports the talcum's theory.
Yeah.
Not going to say who, but he might be me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I tried the conditioner thing once. No.
Yeah. Have you ever tried talcum?
Per your suggestion.
Oh man.
Have you ever tried gypsum?
This is stuff we talk about.
And this is my fault. I
as
brought it up.
bros.
Preston, have you ever tried graphite?
I bet that would work. Yeah. I bet that would work.
Or how about pencil shavings?
I'm not a lube guy. No.
Nah, me neither.
No.
I don't need no lube.
You're more a mustard mayo kind of guy.
No, I don't.
Spicy bread.
Yeah.
I don't like a wet rub. I like a nice dry rub.
All right.
You know.
Wait, nothing?
Yeah.
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 Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but you have to moisturize.
Marissa, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Well, when there's actual, never mind.
Okay,
We're not. We're,
yeah.
we're talking about.
We're talking about
guys.
self-pleasuring.
All right. Anyway,
Don't get low fat mayo.
How do we get here? Oh, Kraft.
Kraft.
Yeah.
Moist.
The craft of self-pleasuring.
There it is.
Well, Kathy actually got us here.
That's what I
She
said.
did.
It's my fault. This
She
is my
actually
fault.
did.
So I can't complain now.
So the company posted on its website, Kraft Real Mayo is proof everything is better moist. It says,
Is it really?
sadly, the internet hasn't always agreed. That's why we're hacking the word of the year competition by searching moist as many times as possible to redeem this polarizing yet velvety smooth word. Help us by searching moist.
You just said the whole reason for it not be moist. To me, is not velvety. A velvet, like
it's different.
Like cake frosting is velvety.
I agree.
It's not moist.
Yeah.
So their reasoning here is that if we search for it enough, it'll become the most searched word of the year.
Yeah.
And therein tied back to the mayo itself.
Yeah, because they're going to use moist as part of their campaign, I think.
I propose searching jacking it with mayonnaise.
Wow.
And make that.
Do that second. That's a pretty clever ad campaign.
In an effort to get the word
It actually
honored,
is.
Kraft placed a gigantic 6-foot replica of an empty Kraft real mayo jar outside Merriam-Webster's headquarters
did?
in Springfield, Massachusetts.
They went to their headquarters with this model?
Yeah, they did.
All right.
So, are any
Kraft.
of you Miracle Whip folk?
I'm not
No,
a mayo
God,
guy.
No, I'm anti-Miracle Whip, but
Okay.
I know people who love it, and that's
I don't
your,
love it.
That's
I'm
your
not.
thing.
I don't despise it.
All right, so you're anti-mayo, but you are pro
Moisture.
honey mustard.
That's correct.
All right, so because mayonnaise is the base there.
No, it's not.
No, it's honey and mustard.
No,
Yeah.
Dijonnaise.
Yeah.
Honey mustard is just honey and mustard.
I make it with mayonnaise.
Okay.
And it's damn good. And I made it this past weekend.
Wait. So you make your own honey mustard?
You damn straight I do.
Okay. You
Yeah.
can buy that already made, but you prefer your version of it.
I prefer my version of it
Okay.
because it just seems a little bit more healthy.
I get.
He's a very Laura
It seems
Ingalls type.
with the mayonnaise added to it.
You know what I could use for health purposes?
Give me some of that factory mayonnaise.
So
Now,
wait,
some honey mustard. We'll put that in to give it a more creamy texture.
Yeah.
Sure, absolutely.
Creamy, not
Yeah,
moist.
here we go. Here's one that says honey mustard sauce, which might be different than straight up honey mustard. Honey, mustard, mayonnaise, vinegar, and some spices. So you
I just
can
use
make your
honey,
own that way.
mustard, and mayonnaise, and that's it.
That's
Okay,
it.
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
And then you put a little bit of ice in it. It's a wonderful little cocktail.
Well, anyhow, they're trying to get moist into the Webster's. Yes.
I understand, Casey, that I'm hypocritical because I like tuna salad, I like chicken salad. So I have stuff with mayo in it. I just like as a condiment on a sandwich.
Yeah.
I don't go for mayo.
All right. But I would be curious if you could try the if you would be able to delineate in a in a blind taste test.
Should
Well-
we do bobbing for mayonnaise?
I like
we
the sound
could
of that.
do that.
Well, we did that once for Cinco de Mayo. We filled a sink full of mayonnaise.
I remember that.
I do-
Cinco de Mayo.
I think I could definitely tell the difference between Hellman's and whatever else you might have. I actually was making tuna fish for dinner last night, and I was thinking if if I made my own tuna fish and then other people made tuna fish, I could definitely tell the difference between my tuna and other people's tunas.
All right.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, your own personal stamp
Because
is
you
on
put
it.
your own ingredients in there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So maybe you could put the ingredients out, and then I would mix them up, and you wouldn't know which one was which.
There we go.
Something
Yeah.
like that. All right. Well, anyhow.
Make sure we have a Guinness representative.
Yeah,
here.
for another time.
Yeah.
All right. That's it. We're done.
Stream of Consciousnessner.
Yeah, I think we should wrap up, right?
You mean after the pleasuring yourself with mayonnaise?
It's tough to beat that, but I want to get this one more time.
My mind is a raging torrent, flooded with rivulets of thought, cascading into a waterfall of creative alternatives.
Thank you very much, Harvey. All right. With that, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We will get to the Bizarre File and Alicia Vitarelli.
Yes, the parade.
From 6 ABC to talk Thanksgiving Day Parade. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. Michael here. Hey, Michael, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
good morning.
Just hanging out. Good morning, it. What you doing over there, buddy? What are you doing? Just good morning, it.
Good morning.
Yeah, no, I have a home office.
You're going to have to hang on a second.
Look it.
Just hanging out. Good morning, it.
Good morning it. Look it. It's good morning it outside. Jesus.
Oh my God.
Hey, Michael. Good morning it.
The Cabbage Patch, though, was such a huge hit, and they smelled nice. They smelled like
smelled a
baby
bit
powder.
like babies.
And so
That was like fight over them at the store during Christmas.
Right.
Oh,
time.
there were
Yeah.
there were
'Cause they
bulls.
They would release new ones.
Kathy, that Schwarzenegger movie,
Jingle All the Way.
that is predicated on those famous toy store brawls
Right.
over Cabbage Patch dolls.
But the cool thing about Cabbage Patch, they all had Xavier or whatever the guy's last name's
On the butt.
They all had a tattoo. They were all branded.
the Cabbage Patch dolls were part of the Nexium cult.
But so I have a very vivid memory of I got my first Cabbage Patch doll. I couldn't wait. I was 10 years old. I got him for my 10th birthday. You get the birth certificate. And I was able to rename them, right? So you send that thing and you get the birth certificate back. And so mine was named Casey Jr. I was so excited to get this thing, right? And
the Cabbage Patch doll.
the Cabbage
really?
Patch doll. I was so because it was the thing. I was 10
Right,
years old too.
right.
It was the thing. It was the thing that everybody had and whatever. My neighbor across the street, and I'm going to say your name. Your name's Wayne, and you're a piece of trash because he called me the slang word for a gay person
Because you had a doll?
because I had a doll. He was an adult, Kathy. This dude is probably like 30 years old, called me, and I was so happy about having this thing for my birthday.
That's terrible.
And he called me
terrible.
that. Terrible.
What a jerk. How old were you? And
I
how
was
old were you?
10 years old.
10 years old.
And it was my birthday.
What a dick.
What a
I know, but like, oh my God.
Where's that dick now?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Wayne.
All right.
Terrible person.
How many times you asked that question in your life, Kathy?
God, where's that dick now?
When I need it.
There are so many dicks that I'm wondering where they are.
Yes. All right, back to toys.
All right.
Toys.
Time. So,
Casey's in therapy now.
American Girl dolls.
I'm out of it now. I'm out of it.
And then there was we already did another pre-screening. Like Marissa hosted that, right?
She hosted it last night at the AMC Fashion District.
It was last night, and then Casey hosted a screening last week
At the same exact place.
for the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
And while we were on vacation, we got a text from Casey out of nowhere
Yeah. What did I
explaining that things didn't go quite the way he wanted them to.
So if it's possible to suffer a concussion without actually hitting your head, that's what I think you experienced, Casey.
Yeah. And so I don't want to. I'm hoping.
I'll find the text.
Okay,
Here. I'll read it.
I'm hoping that I didn't lead you guys down in the wrong direction of where you think this story is going to go.
No, we don't know anything. We know that, but it was so heartfelt, the text you sent out, that we knew it had to, because there have been similar situations in all our lives. But this one seemed like, wow, this really had to be a little bit more.
Yes. So I have the text here.
Okay,
it
go
says,
ahead.
"Oh my God, I'm at the screening for Free Guy." And by the way, I sent you this text. I'm still there. I have not hosted the screening yet. Okay, I'm still there. I have already embarrassed myself, and I needed to go somewhere and be by myself, decompress for a second, and then I had to admit to somebody what an ass I am, and just to sort of make myself feel a little bit better. And guess what? It didn't help. I still felt terrible. And I said, so they asked me to hype up the crowd and then introduce one of the stars of the movie. So this guy named Joe Keery, who plays Steve from Stranger Things, is in the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
He was there to introduce the film, and I was there essentially to introduce him.
Right.
So I had come back I was on vacation in Wildwood. I had come back just to do this. I thought it was a really cool experience.
Real quick, had you met him at this point, or is he still?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
By the way, he seems like he's awesome. I love that character, Steve from Stranger Things. He seems like I've seen him interviewed before. He seems like a cool guy.
He was a great guy.
Okay.
And I will say that, categorically, he was a great guy, and the movie is hilarious. It's a great movie. And the movie had been on the shelf for a year.
Yes.
They wanted a theatrical release, and so they were like,
And
we're just going to wait.
Only theater.
And only theater. So, and then I wrote, I just had a classic embarrassing moment. It's a classic shut the F up, Casey, and walk away kind of a moment. I'm pretty embarrassed, but it's also a really funny story. So,
And you said you weren't sure if it was going to translate on the air.
I'm not sure if it's going to translate on air.
Okay.
So,
well, let's hear it.
Well, deliver it in the original Farsi.
Right.
all right, so here's the deal. This movie was at the Fashion District, the old Galleria, the AMC there. It had never been there. By the way, what they've done to the place, the whole Galleria, the Fashion District, is awesome. It's really, really nice. So I get there. Joe had gotten there earlier than planned.
From the movie company.
But I had also gotten there an hour early, so I decided to walk around a little bit.
Right.
Side story, but it also is part of the story. I went to a place called Wetzel's Pretzels. Have you guys ever heard of Wetzel's Pretzels?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I love Philadelphia Pretzel Factory, and I love Annie Ann's.
Yeah.
Wetzel's Pretzels is like the best pretzel I have ever had in my entire life. And I was so happy with myself for going, you know what? I've never had a Wetzel's pretzel. Let me stop by and try one, right? Hey, me. And this thing was amazing.
And you were really proud of yourself.
And I was really proud of and I couldn't believe how it was big.
Oh, is this hand shocked?
Yes. It was amazing. And I'm sitting there, I'm eating this thing, and I'm going, I think I need to open a franchise. I'm like, this is like I have just discovered gold for the first time. That was amazing. So I get done eating the pretzel, and Hannah from Allied Advertising she's my handler, and she says, "Hey, Joe's here. I can bring you back to meet him." I'm like, okay. I decide to use Wetzel's Pretzels as an icebreaker. Okay.
Well, you were completely enamored of Wetzel's Pretzels. It would be ridiculous not to.
Okay. I've been sober almost 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I go into this place like I had just done 7 rails of coke. Okay.
You're hyped up.
I'm hyped up. Okay. And let me also preface this by saying I'm fairly aware of who I am as a person and what I am as a person. And sometimes I have, how do you say, no chill.
You have moments.
Yes. No,
I have these moments. But listen,
that's a valid criticism of yourself.
Right.
But as we've told you throughout the years, to put a tap on that would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because that same energy delivers so much greatness to what we do
on the radio.
On the radio.
Okay.
In person.
On the radio.
With a stranger,
yes,
might be different.
So
yes.
I,
like someone who's never met you,
Right.
who's in a new town promoting a movie.
And there are 3 people in this room that have never met me. And so, as the great Ted Lasso once said, know thyself, rest in peace, Socrates. I did not realize as I was going off the rails what was going on here. So I'm brought into this room. I go off on Wetzel's Pretzels. As it turns out, all 3 people in the room have heard of Wetzel's Pretzels before.
Oh, good.
And yes. So it
was relatable.
It was relatable, and we had this in common.
You picked the perfect icebreaker.
Right. So I meet Joe. Joe's a great guy. And then I meet 2 of his handlers. One of them, the female, was from Disney, right?
Yeah.
So she was his handler from the movie company. Hannah, who had brought me in and introduced me, has now left this room. We're in like this office, and I just go off the rails. That's all. Like, I was just being nice. I was being a nice guy, and I just didn't shut up for like 5 minutes straight. And
that's sometimes your Caseyism. Like, you don't know when to end it.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Well, so I had 2 or 3 different times talked myself into a corner.
Well, let me jump in here also. Throughout the years, and it used to be the thing where I had asked, if you realized this story was not going anywhere, and then an asteroid hit the Earth.
Yes.
I asked you to say, and then an asteroid hit the Earth, and we all died.
Right. So there were a couple of, and listen, this is Steve from Stranger Things, and and prior to this, I thought maybe I was going to have to do a Q&A with him, so I did a little bit of research about him, and so I knew a little bit more about this gentleman. And as it turns out, I wasn't doing a Q&A. I was just introducing him, and that's fine. Yeah. So. Hannah's not there. I know, like, I have to leave. I have to get out of here. Like, I am,
I'm in a pretzel loop.
I have overstayed my welcome. I have moved on from pretzels. I don't even know what I don't know what the bridge from pretzels to Van Wilder was. But now I'm at Van Wilder, and because Ryan Reynolds is in Van Wilder.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
So, and I'm relaying the story.
Another icebreaker.
I had a really great interaction and encounter with Ryan Reynolds at the Van Wilder screening and press junket in Panama City, and I'm relaying this story, and then I just hear a knock at the door. And I'm like, okay, let me answer the door. It's Hannah from Allied Advertising. So I open the door, and she goes, hey, there's some people out here who want to have their picture taken with you. And I go, oh, okay, And I start walking out the door. I get halfway out the door, and I go...
You weren't talking to me, were you?
Wait, no.
Oh, no.
No.
What?
She was talking to me.
Okay, all right.
All right. But I kind of made a joke like, Joe, no, they want some pictures. And she goes, no, they want pictures with you, with me. I'm like, oh, okay. And I walk halfway out the door, and it dawns on me that there's nobody out there to take pictures with me.
Oh my God.
The girl from Disney essentially texted Hannah like, dude, get this guy the F out of here.
Oh no. Oh no.
Right? And it dawns on me, and I step out the door.
Oh God.
And then I turn back. I go, wait a second.
Oh God.
I go, did you send her a text message to tell her to come and get me?
Oh no. Oh no.
She did. She flat out did. I go, you did. I go, it's fine. I go, I get it. I go, I'm so sorry, man. Listen, sometimes I have no chill or whatever. But I go, I know you totally did that, right? And then I shut the door and I walk away with Hannah and I go, did she send the text message? She goes, yeah, she did. I was like, oh my God. And I listen. I don't care that I called her out on it. I don't.
No.
Like that's
if you're going to do it, you got to own it.
Yeah. I'm like, and you did. I don't know what the text to Hannah said. I don't know if it was like, hey,
get this guy.
Can you
out
get
of
this
here.
guy? I don't know if she was nice.
Please get him to talk about pretzels again.
Oh my God! But
I mean, we're closer with Hannah than them. You should really ask what. I want to know what the text said.
I would, you know what? I will ask her, but she confirmed that no, there was nobody out there to take pictures with me. So now I'm standing outside of this room, and there's a step and repeat background. Nobody's there to take their picture with me, and now I'm like, oh my gosh, like.
Now you're thinking.
I was a child at this point, like I was so embarrassed, and I was like so inside my own head, and I was like, this is terrible. I am so embarrassed. I almost felt like crying, and then because I was depressed, I was like I legit got depressed at who I am as a person, like and then I was like a little bit mad. I'm like, but I was being nice, you know what I mean? Like I'm a nice person, but like. God, Case, you're a 46-year-old man. You should freaking know. You have met a celebrity before. Like, stop being such an a-hole.
You were excited over pretzels.
I was excited over
that. Was the problem. You were excited over great pretzels, and
I still want to open a franchise, and it's not that expensive to open a franchise. My wife said, "No, I'm not allowed to open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise." And I was trying to think of like, where could I open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise? Where could I?
I thought this would have been you going. I need to go back and apologize right now, and then go back in there and then with this guy again. Yeah. We can't get rid of him here.
What was the converse? Like, what was the? There was no conversation, right? Was it just you talking and not ending?
Right.
All right. So, no, I try to get people involved in said conversation. So the questions were asked, I think, I'm pretty sure.
Do you recall a real exchange, like a conversation, or did you ask them to write down their questions and submit them to you?
I don't know.
So was there any point at which...
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, there were questions asked, and you didn't breathe to let them answer. WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. And if you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. So a teenager that was hired to work at a grocery store and a bagger at Kroger has stolen nearly $1 million worth of goods in the space of about 2 weeks.
$1 million in 2 weeks?
Yeah, Trey Brown had only just started when cops alleged he began stealing goods. The teenager from Atlanta was accused of pocketing $980,000 by returning non-existent items, making more than 40 fake transactions in the space of 2 weeks.
I would have spread that out a bit.
He then allegedly used the money to buy clothes, guns, and cars. The false items...
When your bag boy shows up in a Lamborghini?
They ranged in price from $75 to $87,000.
Wow.
With the money then transferred to several credit cards.
Hey, where'd you get that Learjet?
They believe that Brown started with smaller transactions, but then got more ambitious as he continued to get away with it. He was essentially creating fake items, taking those items and returning them to a credit card that he had, and just making up prices for those items. He was alleged to have splashed out on clothes, guns, shoes, and 2 vehicles with the cash, one of which he totaled before his arrest. Cops said that a large sum of the money was returned following Brown's arrest. He was charged with theft by taking. A felony under Georgia law of more than $500 is at stake, and the punishment is a prison sentence of between 1 and 10 years.
Wow.
But he did that in 2 weeks. All right, so for the umpteenth time, do not call the police to report that someone stole your drugs, especially if your name is on a pair of outstanding arrest warrants. Cops in Florida had to go to a Best Western. Upon arriving at the hotel, an officer spoke with Lily Rinker, who had called 911 to report a male friend she met last week, quote, stole her marijuana. Rinker explained that she had $30 worth of pot in her grinder, but after Carlos departed from the room, she noticed about half a gram was missing from her stash. Rinker stated that she did not know what to do, so she called the police. She had a pair of open arrest warrants in Palm Beach County.
She thought outstanding meant really good.
One warrant was issued after Ringer failed to show up for court hearings in connection with an outstanding criminal mischief case. The second came after she didn't appear for a probation violation hearing in connection with a DUI.
Do you think we're going to see a lot more of this as the laws start to soften regarding marijuana?
Maybe.
Is meth legal now?
Rinker is being held without bond on the warrant. She was arrested last year for allegedly striking her father in the face during an argument as well.
A little girl.
A Tesla jumped a swimming pool and went barreling into the kitchen of a home in San Mateo on Friday morning. Yeah. Full-on jump. The owner of the house was not home at the time, and the driver was not seriously injured in the crash. Video of the scene showed that the Tesla suffered significant front-end damage.
Really, why?
There was also a passenger in the car at the time of the crash. Driver and passenger, both older women, were treated for minor injuries at a nearby hospital.
My uterus just fell out.
The Tesla's airbags were deployed in the crash. It's not known if the Tesla, it was in self-driving mode at the time of the crash.
Can you program it to jump pools?
Maybe. A neighbor who lives next door said that two of his parked cars were hit and were standing in the driveway just minutes before he was standing in the driveway right before the crash happened.
A Tesla has immediate response, so it can launching over a pool probably isn't that difficult.
All right. Here's a terrible story.
All right.
Okay, I will preface this by saying this is a horrible story, but it belongs in the bizarre file. This is in Adams County, Pennsylvania. A woman has been charged for endangering her children after authorities say they located the children's father dead in their home with rats all over his body.
Oh, my God.
Pennsylvania State Police in Gettysburg were called to investigate a death in a house outside the home. Officials state 35-year-old Kayla Little was waiting for officers to arrive and was able to identify the body as the father of her 9-year-old and 5-year-old children. The two were confirmed by officers to have been living in the home at the time of their father's death. After interviewing Little and entering the home, police said they found deplorable conditions, including several rats seen throughout the kitchen and living room. When they entered the second floor of the home, authorities say they discovered the father's body in the bathroom with rats on top of him. Feces was also discovered on the bathroom walls.
Awful.
The children's bedrooms were described by police to be deplorable, with rats being found near their doorway.
If I die at home, honey, please wipe the rats off me.
Oh, my God. Horrible.
Now and then.
Horrible.
Due to feces thrown all over the walls.
Nightmare.
All right, and then we'll do one more story. We need something lighter than that to wrap up with. And
something more pleasant than rats eating a body.
I think we can find something better than that. All right, how about this? Carnival Cruise Line banned a Texas mother from its entire fleet for life because she got on board with one of the company's ships with a pack of CBD sleep aid gummies in Miami. Like, this isn't even.
What?
These aren't even edibles. This is CBD gummies.
Yeah, that's very benign.
Melinda Van Veldhuizen, a 42-year-old mom of two, said that she was treated like a criminal by cruise employees and police when they found a bag of the CBD sleep-tight gummies while searching her backpack.
You can buy stuff on the ship more powerful than that.
She told the news station that locally in Dallas that she packed the gummies to help her get some sleep on the August trip that she had planned to take with her family to celebrate both her 21st wedding anniversary with her husband and her son's senior year of high school. She was taken into a separate area after a cruise staffer found the CBD gummies in her bag. She was then interrogated by Carnival security and police for 2.5 hours. She noted she has never even gotten a parking ticket in her life. She was blocked from boarding the ship, and her husband and sons didn't want to go on the cruise to Aruba and other locations without her.
Mommy's staying.
So the hemp product is prohibited by Carnival Cruise Lines.
So it's very light potency, right?
Like zero potency.
Zero, right?
Yeah. So she got, later on, she got a letter from Carnival after this whole thing was over saying that she was banned from all Carnival ships for life.
Wow.
Which just seems ridiculous. So she's pursuing an internal claim with Carnival, but has threatened to sue if her situation isn't resolved appropriately.
Seems a bit of an overreaction.
Yeah, I agree. So maybe there'll be a follow-up on that. And there you go. That's what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, our next guest is ready to go, and a big day coming up for her and her fellow co-workers. This Thursday, the Thanksgiving Day Parade in Philadelphia, and it's brought to you by 6ABC. Please welcome Alicia Vitarelli.
Hey, good morning, friends.
Nice to see you.
I come here and I just want to stay here all day and hang out. I love
Stories
this group.
with dead rats on dead bodies.
I mean, I could do without. but-
Okay, you can do it.
that one you can take away.
Yeah, right.
No, we're very excited about the parade. Super excited.
Yeah, we try not to look at the forecast, but it's looking really nice for Thursday right now. Like
Yes.
the 50s, no rain. The thing is,
Perfect.
just, it doesn't matter. It can snow. It just can't rain.
Yeah.
We don't care how cold we are.
That's a parade killer for sure. And
Yeah.
the cold, it doesn't matter. And it sounds like it's going to be fine. But I was there the year that my son danced in one of those, in one of the parades. You have to go down the night before, get up super duper early, go over rehearsals and all that stuff. It was frigid, but it didn't matter. Crowd packed. The cold doesn't really matter, but it's the rain that can kill you. So hopefully it's looking good right now.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful day too because the vibes are so wonderful. It's like one big family. Everyone comes out. People have been going for decades, right? And they have their spot. They make their food. They have coffee pots, and then I don't know. It's I say this every time we talk about this. It's my favorite day of the year.
Well, it is the oldest parade in the country. It is my parade of choice because it's here. And I know there are other parades. I don't give a rat's ass. I don't give a rat on a dead body.
On a dead guy.
Yeah. There's just something about seeing the area, seeing people that, seeing celebrities come into the area.
Yeah.
And you have a great roster. The performances are top level.
They are.
So it's cool.
You know what's really cool is the second floor of our newsroom right now is basically like parade headquarters. Because I don't know if people realize that it isn't just that we broadcast the parade, we produce the parade as well. So we have all of these incredible talents, like people come in from Walt Disney World. And so all of these people, it's like the North Pole up there. It's like they're sprinkling pixie dust down on us down in the newsroom.
Year round. It's a year round.
It's
You're never
unbelievable
not
to
working
see
on
what
it.
they're doing.
Yeah, I didn't know that until we got involved directly with it, and I was there and talking to a lot of people that worked at 6ABC. They were like, "Yes, this is we put this on. Our staffers create this event and run this event, and yes, it is a year round. I mean, you're talking about the scope of it. It's a lot of work and a lot of moving parts, and people have to all staff. In fact, people like in your sales department take on jobs that day that they normally don't do. For
Right?
the,
Don't you see them out there on the parade route? It's so cool. It really is.
I ran into one of your sales people, and I was at the hospitality tent. I'm like, "What are you doing?" They're like, "I'm security today." I was like, really? Like, yeah, they're just making sure that only people who were supposed to be there were there.
Yeah. So we have, obviously Santa Claus, Mrs. Claus, Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse. Like
You have
we
to.
have our usual celebs. The Village people are coming again this year, so which is super cool. And I talked to
the Commodores.
Yes. And so William King is one of the founding members from 1968.
Wow.
I Zoomed with him like last week about coming in, and he said, "Well, we're going to do a medley of our greatest hits." And we were kind of like, "Do we do Brick House? Because it's Thanksgiving. Is this a holiday song?" And then he said, "It's Philly. We have to do it."
Yeah,
and I was like, "If you don't
everyone
drop
lives
that beat, we're going to be disappointed."
And everyone lives in brick houses anyway. You have Mark Consuelos,
Yeah.
Ryan Seacrest, Kelly Ripa.
I know. Well, she's
Local
our
girl.
girl. Yeah. Kelly Ripa is one of the kindest,
And
coolest.
some guy we've never heard of, John DeBella. Is he that guy?
What is it?
That's cool. John's gonna be a part.
It's so awesome. Yeah,
I love it.
Big year for him, too. It's
Yeah, yeah.
exciting, with the Walk of Fame.
So is he going to be on a float, or do you know?
I think he's going to be hanging with Rick and Cecily in the booth.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, you know who's going to be on a float? He might get a float. I don't know. I am going to be broadcasting from a float this year.
Really?
Okay.
I'm on a float.
Have you done that before?
Nope.
Oh, good for you.
They usually have you walking like 9 miles up and down the side, right?
What? Of the
Of the parade, you're not. They don't have you on a float. Yeah.
I'm on a float.
Yeah.
So Adam and I usually broadcast together, but this year we're in separate locations. So I am going to be broadcasting from the top of the SS Duncan riverboat float.
Oh,
The SS Duncan riverboat float.
Don't I need a captain's hat?
Yeah.
And then I should see if the Village people need like a cruise boat person.
Right,
So,
to fill in their cast.
I'm feeling like it could be a whole thing.
Does the float have a constant supply of coffee? Because it is Duncan. It better, right?
And munchkins.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and Omar Cardona from The Voice will be on my float performing, and members of my 6ABC family, current employees, but then also we're bringing back some of our friends.
You going to sing a song yourself anyway? Something from Prince?
What kind? Listen, it would
Little
be one
Nicky.
of those things where they'd be like, "Okay, let's go to break." Yeah, but I think it'll be cool. So yeah, so it's like mobile broadcasting, like on wheels.
I love
Awesome.
it. I love
we'll
it.
see.
Yeah. Are you throwing things out into the crowd, or do they? Is that not part of the parade?
I mean, I think we should get one of those shooter things, like with the when the fanatic shows up.
T-shirt cannons. Yeah.
Oh my God, a Munchkin gun.
Yeah.
How great would that
Munchkin
be?
gun.
We have a chili cannon if you want to use it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No, we also have a T-shirt cannon too.
Yeah.
That we just don't use as much as we should.
I should get extra turkey hats. So those little turkey hats that they bring, and then just toss those out.
Yeah,
So
I love that.
it's fun. We have it's such a beautiful day. It really is. No matter, honestly, just as long as it doesn't rain, but we want those floats up there.
Yeah.
We want the big balloons.
And it's all there. It's as a top flight parade as you're going to get. And I love when you talk to people who are there, who have made it a family tradition, who have their particular, where they have their particular spot or whatever. That to me is one of the best parts of the whole thing.
Adam was once there for a proposal. Right. And we had it on the air, and I think it was like 10 years ago. And so now they bring their kids, and I held a baby on my first parade like 11 years ago, and she's like in the 4th grade.
Maybe this is the year you deliver a baby on the parade.
Man,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Oh, and you know who else is coming? Carson Kressley.
Oh yeah.
We
And
had
you
him
guys
out.
just hung out with him.
He's great. He's awesome.
Isn't he fun?
He's fun and funny, and he loves this area, and he loves this parade. He gets very, very stoked for it.
He calls it Twerky Day.
Twerky Day. So the pre-show starts at 8:30. You'll be a part of that as well, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. And then the whole thing starts at 9. So it says here that it starts at 20th and JFK, which is great because like Marissa lives right around the corner. I bet she's got a great view.
Absolutely.
From her balcony to watch the whole thing. And then heads down 16th Street and goes to Ben Franklin Parkway. Turns left on the Parkway, and after it gets to the museum, is that it? Does it kind of go into a
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like once it gets to the art museum steps, the performers will get off and do their thing, and then it moves off.
It's a great place to have it. That whole area up front there is just wonderful.
Oh, you have a hat for me?
Oh, wait.
I don't know. You would ask for.
That's actually a pirate
It's a
hat,
pirate
I
hat.
think.
Yeah.
But that's fine. I mean, I think on a
Close
on
enough, right?
That's it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I just go villain.
Yeah, I'm the
Right?
captain. I'm the captain now.
Right. Okay.
That's perfect. We're going to hand her. It's a 3-cornered hat.
Actually, it works for you.
And it fits on
You're
the
wearing it a little high.
on the headphones perfectly.
It's great.
It's perfect.
There we go.
It's terrific.
I'll see how my posture holds up.
You guys have a so in anticipation of this, because the night that the day that my son was in this, I got to go to your pre-party the night before at the hotel.
Yeah.
Like it was a big deal.
Is it a rager?
Had live music and the food was fantastic, and everybody is in a partying mood.
Disney royalty shows up to that too. So
Oh,
usually-
really?
Usually Mickey will make an appearance.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
I mean,
a lot
because
of
you guys
times,
have worked so hard all year long on it. You wanna-
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
but I mean, you party big the night before and you wake up early. Are you a little dinged up by the time you arrive?
I mean, it is an early call.
Yeah.
So you know how you get those those little gel eye patch things.
Yeah.
You just throw a few of those on. Yeah. Like pray hard for the concealer and the coffee.
Yeah,
And
just tuck your hair back under your pirate hat and it'll pull everything up. So yeah.
that's it. Yeah.
So Alicia, the pre-show begins at 8:30. What time does it usually wrap up on 6ABC on TV?
Well, so on TV it wraps up at noon. It goes right into our 12 o'clock newscast.
Well, you
So
know,
it's great.
The final act, he himself, the man, makes the appearance. That's what wraps it up. And
yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Claus.
And also, like some of the balloons they have I'm reading this year, Hermie the Elf, which is awesome. Smurfette.
He wants to be a dentist, I think.
He does want to be a dentist.
want to be a dentist.
What else we have here? Mr. Potato Head.
I want to be a potato.
Horton the Elephant. The Bumble.
The
We were just
Bumble.
talking about Bumble.
Bumbles bounce.
Which is awesome. So it's a big deal. It's fantastic. If you've never had a chance to go there and see it in person for yourself, it's really a cool experience.
You can try to be cynical or it's just a break. No, it's a blast. It's a lot of fun watching it. It has to be a tradition. So we're thrilled.
And if you're cooking, just turn us on and hang out with us.
Let it roll. Excellent. All
And
right.
if you're not cooking, just turn it on.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or if you're getting ready to go eat turkey somewhere else, good for you.
I don't actually like to cook.
And in an hour and a half, we're on the air live for Action News at 10 a.m., which is so fun.
Do you like doing the new extended program?
We love
yes, it's like I was going to say Charlie's Angels, but that would sound demeaning. But you have all the women are handling this wonderful show, and there's a lot of energy. It's very good.
Yeah, we're loving it. It's good because we get to, I don't know, we can breathe a little bit with the things that we're talking about.
Cool.
I was listening to some of your bizarre files to see if we might want to pull any of those stories.
Dead
But
rat,
I was like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure today.
Hey guys, I have a great story about a corpse that was devoured by rats.
We usually like to keep it a little
light,
a little perky. Yeah.
Got it. All right, 8:30 on Thursday morning. Make sure you check out the parade and first time ever, Alicia Vitarelli on the move, on a float.
It's amazing.
Awesome.
Thank you for this pirate hat.
Our pleasure.
I'll work on a hook.
It is great to see you, Alicia.
I love you guys.
All right, 6 ABC's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Do not miss it. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in just a second. Hang on.
The weekend too.
Well, wait. Before you go to that, to this point, did you encounter them again? Did you get a chance to apologize to him, our buddy from Stranger?
I talked to the guy.
Yeah.
All right, so I never talked to the girl again from Disney. I talked to the guy. So I had gone into the theater after I had walked away and hung my head in shame for 10 to 15 minutes and texted you guys to try and make myself feel a little bit better. I was then asked to go into the theater to let people, because they collect your phones a lot of times before. So they had just gotten approval to let everybody have their phones back, and then I announced a surprise to hey, by the way, we have one of the stars here, so if you want to take a picture while he's in the theater, you can go get your cameras now. So I did that, and then I brought Joe on to the stage, and while Joe was addressing the crowd, I talked to the gentleman. I go, yo, man, I'm so sorry. I go, listen, sometimes I have no chill. And he was so cool. He goes, dude, he's like, you were fine. He's like, he's like, I want to hear the rest of the story.
Oh my God.
I'm like, this guy, you're
Was
lying.
he texting while he said that?
No. I'm like, you're lying, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. And
you know
then
how sometimes we have these events and there's the person who's in charge of making sure that the other person's okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if the publicist did that on Joe's behalf and he didn't care at all. Like
there's a good chance that was the case.
And
Like I said, I
she's
wasn't
just trying to put up a barrier and get out in front of a situation, because I've been at these things before, and I've been at them with you, and you're just friendly and you're you're totally fine. But every now and then, somebody gets weirded out.
You're speaking the truth. 9 times out of 10, it is not the celebrity who has put these restrictions on. It is the handler.
Or it could be like that scene in The Running Man where Richard Dawson, the guy mops over his feet and he goes, hey, you're doing a great job. And he walks in the other room. If that a-hole is working here, later on today, you're going to be mopping the floor. But is there a chance maybe we could see about getting Joe on to talk to him and just say,
hey, are we okay? I'm really sorry.
I'd love to talk to him. I'd love to interview him anyway.
I would too. I really would love to have an opportunity to perhaps.
Well, go to the Disney rep. She was impressed.
Yeah, I know. No, here's the deal. If we were to get Joe on, he's not gonna be like, he's going to be very diplomatic in that. But
Casey, I have had more moments in my life like that where I've walked out of a room and just felt horrible about myself for whatever way I reacted or have just presented myself, and it's a common thing, I mean,
I told you guys about this.
It lives in you.
Yeah, it does.
I told you guys about this, and I'll just call it an argument that I had in a Wawa parking lot too long ago, and I felt worse about this encounter than I did about that encounter. I really did. I felt worse about myself.
And that one almost came to blows.
No, it did.
Yeah.
It did, and I won't go into details, but I will let everybody know that I was in the wrong to begin with. But I had a very similar experience on Saturday night at the Fish concert. I was talking to a gentleman named Dave who he was telling me about these guys that were standing behind me, and one of the guys just so happens to be a guitarist of a band that I actually just started listening to, and I was like, what?
Pretzels!
I'm like, oh my God, Corey Wong!
Pretzels! I like pretzels! Do you like pretzels?
You ever had a Wetzel's pretzel? No. So a guy's name's Corey Wong, and he's the guitarist for a band Wolfpack. And
I love Wolfpack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do I. And I started going a little bit off the rails. And then Dave, who introduced us, he sort of had to qualify, hey, this guy is the producer for the #1 morning show in Philadelphia. And that's what he says. And I'm like, oh, man.
I did it again.
I'm doing it again. I'm like, he's totally, he's saying to this guy, this dude's not just a, although I am.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, all right, let's reel it back a little bit. But this one time when you did this, no. So I tried to reel it back.
Pretzel bread. I like bread. So listen,
I didn't feel as
you
bad about
probably
that
felt
encounter.
it was worse than it was because now you were hyper aware of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't that bad.
It's challenging though too, because when you're with friends, when you're with loved ones, everybody smiles and nods and it's cool. When you're with strangers or somebody you've never met before, it changes the dynamic. And you have no idea what was going through Joe Keery's head. I'm sure he's fine and probably hasn't thought about it since then.
Right. Well, and
Or
I've
that's
also,
the subject of his new movie.
Now, I've also been on the receiving end of a few of these experiences, right? People listen to the show and they're huge fans. Or, like, somebody will introduce me to somebody who clearly doesn't listen to the show, and that's fine, too. And now these people have to act like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, you don't have to.
Okay.
Right.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to listen. I know you don't, and it's fun. But because of that, because of my experience that I had with Joe Keery, and to anybody, like, if you want to come up and say hi to me at a restaurant or a Wawa or where, please do it.
Absolutely.
Because the deal is, I don't have a job if it's not for you that's listening right now. It just, it's as simple as that. All these great luxuries that I'm able to provide for my family are a direct result of you in your car or your home or your office or whatever listening to me right now. And so, same thing for you, Joe Keery. No. Pretzels! Pretzels!
Wouldn't it be great if you guys open up a pretzel franchise, you and Joe Keery? You know?
I just want to own it by myself.
Local broadcasters open up a Wetzel's Pretzels with one of the stars of Stranger Things.
This is my thing. This is not Joe Keery's thing. This is my thing. And
just trying to find a bridge.
No, there is no bridge. And you know what? And so at the very end of the night, an asteroid hit and we all died.
Right.
There you go.
So the worst part of this whole story, guys, is once I got done introducing the film and I walked out of the movie theater, I went to go to Wetzel's Pretzels because I wanted to buy some more to bring home to my family.
They were closed.
It was closed! I was like, what did you do with all those extra pretzels that were in the display case?
When was the last time? When was the last time you remember an all-night pretzel place?
It wasn't that late. It wasn't even 8 o'clock.
Was it as quickly when they introduced you to Joe? Was it as quickly? Hey man, how you doing? Hey, have you ever had Wetzel's Pretzels before? Was it that quick?
It was pretty close.
Yeah,
it was pretty damn close.
That I
I've
think
seen
is
you do that before.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that type of thing where it's like, and I know what you're doing. You're just looking to have a normal conversation.
It's an
with someone,
icebreaker.
so.
You're gonna charm them.
All right. Well, anyhow, we have to take a break, I think, right?
No, we do. As a matter of fact,
because otherwise I would go to these calls, but we have to.
No, we got to take a break.
The regional manager, Wetzel's Pretzels, is on.
Santa's got to go.
He's
Pretzel's got to go.
The Northeast region and wants to talk to you about franchise opportunities.
Listen, the closest one here is at the Fashion District. I already checked, and they're in North Jersey, but that's the only one that is around here.
All right.
So
I can't believe the winner in all of this is Wetzel's Pretzels.
Right, big time.
You know?
You kidding me? And you got to swing this bigger for me.
All right. All right. Yes. Slower, too. A slower cadence. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah. Oh! You got 2! Yeah! And he's getting prepared again. He's like a panther waiting to pounce. He jumps in. 2, 3, 3. And he's doing the Irish jig. All right. Casey's spying his time. He's in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow. Go.
That's how people die in this sport. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And here we go. This is where it all comes together. All those years of yoga. 2, 3. Yes! Yes! I'd give that 4. I'd give that 4.
Squirrels have been laying down flat on their stomachs with their legs stretched out behind them and in front of them. Apparently, this slows them to a complete stop in the soaring temperatures. And though these small mammals might look like they're in stealth mode, it turns out they're trying to cool off. And Steve, it's called splooting.
Splooting?
Yes. Squirrels have been splooting all over Texas.
Oh, yeah.
And an expert said it's...
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
He's going to sploot.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to sploot.
I'm going to sploot.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Dornbach is joining us. Good day, John.
Rockstar, thanks for having me.
No problem, man. Anytime, bud. So, dude, it's how long since you've been and performed Magic live? Has there been a pause on that, or we know you haven't been in the area performing in a little while?
Yeah, it's been about a year and a half, right? So we're just getting up and going and excited to do so.
I have to ask you because I mentioned this to Casey. I watched the series Hacks with Gene Smart, which I thought was very funny. You appear in that, correct? That's you as the magician in one scene, correct?
Yeah, it was one of those things where HBO called and they're like, "Hey, HBO Max," and the director's like, "Hey, we need a magician. Gene Smart's this comedian, and will you play yourself?" And I was like, wait a minute. So what you're telling me is you want me to be on an HBO Max HBO show as myself? Yeah, I think I can make that happen.
Right. No, it was a cool scene because there was a big party and she's, at this palatial estate, and Caitlin Olsen was there as well. And but that was, you had to be shooting that during COVID restrictions and stuff like that, right? Was there a whole bunch of, the party seemed packed, but I'm sure they took extra precautions.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, it's the insurance companies, right? So a ton of precaution. It's funny because it's like 6 seconds, right? It was like 5 days, you know what I mean? But it's like you get 6 seconds. What was really, really cool is when I used to play for the Bills, Chris McDonald, who's an actor in a ton of stuff. I love his stuff. He was Shooter McGavin. And
he's great.
He's from upstate New York, so he would go to a lot of games. So him and I would hang out like way back in the day. And so when I sat next to him, I was like, hey, Chris. He's like, hey, what's going on? I'm Chris. I'm like, dude, Dornbach, long snapper, Bills. He was like, oh my God. It's kind of we got to hang out for a few days, and he's such a nice guy.
He seems like a great dude.
Well, your beard is more pronounced right now, so maybe that was part of it too.
Well, it's called Children. The grays are coming in. Giving it a good shadow,
How many kids do you have now?
Yeah, one. I should have said child.
Oh, okay.
But a split personality. Yeah.
But my wife takes care of me too, so she has children.
Yeah, she's got two.
Hey, John, when you're putting together your act, your show, and I haven't seen, you've performed for us many times here in the studio, but I've never gone to your actual live show. What's it like? Because there's various types of magicians. There are people who put on a big, lots of pyrotechnics and effects, and there's people, the ones that I find more impressive are the ones who are mainly doing sleight of hand and really blowing you away with their storytelling and all the stuff that goes along with that. What's your style?
Well, perfect intro because lucky for you, I'm a storyteller, sleight of hand, and we do some big stuff. So I'm really proud of the show. It's my life story. And so it's the ups and downs that I've had through life, the magic that I found along the way that got me out of it. It's inspiring. It's motivating. Look, we do some mind-blowing magic, obviously, because that's what I love to do. But I promise you it's not like this gratuitous magic show where you just dance around and want to be David Copperfield. I love that. I just don't want to be that.
Right.
It's funny because the first... I grew up with like Blackstone the Magician and all these, and Houdini, obviously, and all this stuff. And there was that sort of presentation, the presentation where there was a narrative that would start to move in, where there was a story told through the magic, started to happen, I guess. Maybe it was Doug Henning, one of the first, who kind of did like a connected narrative with the magic. Is that correct, John?
Yeah. And Lance Burton did an interview way back when, and it was basically like the hardest part about magic is to get people to care. If I do a dove routine, why do people care?
Right.
And my style has always just gone towards telling personal experience. And
we have an announcement to make. Ladies and gentlemen, you voted for Preston and Steve's Dorm Decor TikTok Tour, which is presented by our good friends at College Ave Student Loans. And you let us know who you thought should win. And I am here to make that announcement, reveal that name. So we are excited to award our prize to the entrant with the most votes, and that is Jade Michalowski, who from Levittown, Pennsylvania.
Love it.
A freshman at Juniata College in Huntington, Pennsylvania. She is studying environmental engineering, and she gets a $1,000 prize
That's
from
awesome.
College Ave Students Loan, a better way to pay for college. And her room, described as eclectic but clean, just like her personality. It's an aesthetic of her room, the outdoors. That's the aesthetic of her room. Her walls are plastered with pictures of her family and friends and nature-themed art. Her favorite piece is her sticker-covered fridge. And for showing it off and for getting the votes, we're giving her a grand. $1,000. So congratulations to you, Jade Michalowski, who is from Levittown. Mexico gal.
Checking out these submissions, I'm so nosy. I always want to look into people's houses and rooms and stuff like that. So this really feeds into that.
Yep, most definitely. If you haven't seen the videos yet, they're on PrestonandSteve.com. So congratulations. And thank you, by the way, to College Ave student loans.
We met those. They're really super cool.
Yeah, at the Sixers game when we went to ring the bell. It was awesome. So congratulations. And take a look when you get a chance. So with Thanksgiving this week, there was a story that I read this morning, and you'll hear this from time to time, but airlines are anticipating record travel demand. The TSA is expecting to screen a historic 30 million passengers from, let's see, what's today's date? Today's the 20th. So it already started on the 17th. So 30 million passengers between now and November 28th. After Thanksgiving is predicted to be the busiest day, the Sunday after Thanksgiving.
So the wealth of people, the predominant amount of people that you know who are traveling for the holidays, most travel on Wednesday, obviously, right?
I would think so.
Right. So then, do a lot of people, you think, take the full week off?
My parents are driving tomorrow. They're going down to Southern Virginia. And, Steve, the reason they're doing it is that they just anticipate a little bit less traffic on this terrible stretch of road that is I-81 in between Pennsylvania and Southern Virginia. So they feel like, maybe save an hour dealing with traffic or whatever. I'm doing the same drive, but I'm doing it on a Wednesday afternoon. And I know there'll be stretches that suck, but whatever.
You're not doing a train this year?
You can't really do a train to Stanton. It's the Stanton is this little town where my brother lives. You can do a train to Charlottesville, but the drive, Casey's, just inevitably saves you time.
Thanksgiving in particular poses a test for the aviation industry in handling holiday travel amid challenges like shortage of air traffic controllers. Carriers, including Southwest Airlines, are preparing for weather-related disruptions, investigating in de-icing capabilities and improved technology to avoid the costly flight cancellations experienced in the previous years. There were some bad ones.
No better for us with our private jets. It's still an issue.
I know. Sometimes.
I mean, it doesn't
Well, they don't
matter.
clean those things
They don't clean.
properly.
What is this?
Yes.
What did I say about the champagne buckets?
By the way, travelers flying to Seattle at their international airport, they have the longest wait time.
Really?
An average waited 31.6 minutes as they went through customs and immigration. So that's international.
Okay.
Miami International Airport and Austin Bergstrom were not far behind.
Huh?
Oh, that's in Austin, Texas. If you are flying to John Wayne Airport, you only wait about 4.6 minutes.
I want to thank all of you for flying John Wayne Airport. I know you had a number of choices this afternoon, and I'm sure glad you chose us. Any other option would be goddamn ridiculous.
So, 4.6 minutes. That's not bad, John.
You saved your ass 4.6 minutes.
Yeah.
36 minutes? That's goddamn ridiculous.
I hear that it's really quiet if you go over to England to celebrate Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Yeah.
It would be a little more quiet.
Yeah.
Or Canada.
Canada.
Yeah. What do they have?
They do.
They
But
do have
I
Thanksgiving.
think it happened already.
Yeah.
Canadian Thanksgiving, yeah.
They jumped in ahead of us on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know why they do it on a different day than we do. I mean, it's North
It's
America.
totally different.
They can do whatever the hell they want.
It's totally different, yeah.
It was
They
October
have a different
9th.
kind of bacon.
It was October 9th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
What is part of the Canadian traditional Thanksgiving meal?
Moose.
No.
Yeah.
No, why don't
that's good
By the
news.
way, I saw a video over the weekend while you're looking that up, if somebody will look that up.
Why don't you forget the moose?
I saw a video
For a moment.
in Alaska, 2 bull moose.
Oh, man.
In a woman's fenced-in backyard having a fight.
Wow.
And they destroyed
I want to fight you.
everything.
They're amazing.
She's videoing it at night. You can hear her on the phone with the police, and then they take a video the next day.
Oh,
and I mean, like,
dear.
the stairs were destroyed. The fence was, everything was just, they're massive. They're just massive.
Dog to moose.
Anyway.
They're unbelievably powerful, too.
Their meal is very much like ours.
Okay.
Moose?
Turkey?
Yeah, turkey, roast beef, ham, stuffing, mashed potatoes,
Moose stuffing.
sweet potatoes, cranberry sauce, all of it.
Okay.
I'm not a big ham guy for the holidays.
No, ham is a
I
for
like
me. It is a
Easter.
Easter.
Yeah.
Do you like the do you like honey glazed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I like down in Texas. The honey glazed ham is huge. So there are lines. You'll see these various places that sell it that are I don't know why Texas, but that's where they love.
I also hear the stars at night are big and bright.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
Yes.
That's where you want to go.
Yeah. By the way, so going back to the traveling, I saw this other article that is about should you find yourself having to stay overnight at an airport?
I have done this a number of times.
The question posed in this particular article is, am I allowed to sleep on the airport floor? And I know.
Okay.
Yeah, the short answer is yes. Most airports are okay with passengers catching a few Z's in the terminal. Some will even bring out a cot and blanket for displaced travelers. Now, I've never seen that before.
I guarantee you that's in Europe.
In Europe, you
Yeah.
think so? Yeah.
Yeah, I was stuck for hours in Europe, and they were way more accommodating than anywhere I've ever traveled in the United States.
So twice? Oh, go ahead.
No, where we were had no, there were no restaurants. There was nothing you could do.
That sucks.
So they went, I don't know, I guess they went to a different terminal, and they ended up bringing like trays out of
Was that in
food.
Ireland?
Yeah, it was at the
Okay.
Shannon Airport. It
Yeah.
was awful. And we were there for a long time, and I didn't see anybody, pulling out cots or anything like that. But
Don't have any food or
my
anything,
guess.
but they got a cot for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so any sort of amenity is, you're not there because of your fault.
Yeah. Years ago, my buddy and I had a really long layover in Atlanta. We were flying from Miami to Philadelphia, and there was like I would say at least a 4-hour layover in Atlanta, and we just played hide and go seek. And it was, and then we had a great time doing it because we were just killing time. And it was like, all right, you get the entire C terminal, and I'll give you 5 minutes to find a hiding spot.
How long ago was this?
This was probably
Pre 9/11.
15 years ago. No, it was post 9/11.
Oh, really? Oh.
Was this with your kids?
No, it was just me and my friend. Me and my adult friend.
You and your adult friend.
So
my
I
buddy
did
Mike.
almost like full overnight, twice at Chicago O'Hare.
Really?
Yeah.
So
and
what
both
did you
times,
what did you do? Where did you sleep?
lay down on the friggin' floor.
On the floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
With my bag behind my head.
So, yeah, according to this article that I read, no one should ever have to spend the night in an airport terminal, ever, is what they say. Airlines should offer a hotel room to passengers in case of a long delay. Under their contract of carriage, the legal agreement between them and their customers, they are sometimes required to provide overnight accommodations if your flight is canceled or delayed. But they say that you should you got to push for that. in
Yeah,
order to
I
get that
did
to
not.
happen.
They offered me the opportunity to sleep on the tarmac, and I turned that down.
Hang on a second here. We have Andre on the line. Hi, Andre. Good morning.
Good morning, fellas.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Good, man.
Well, I did see the cots. Actually, saw them at Newark and at Philly, and Philly and LaGuardia, and Kennedy.
So at those airports, they offered you, or you saw people taking advantage of cots?
Yeah, they had carts full of cots.
Oh,
literally
cots.
All right, so that must have been like a full, flight cancellation.
No. As a matter of fact, there's just there was a lot of delays, not cancellations, delays, and the hotel bit they don't consider that for delays. Only if you have a cancellation.
All right, so
if it's delays more than 4 hours, then they'll give you an overnight stay somewhere.
All right.
Any gesture like that, Andre, or just in general, people are going to be. You don't have to do a lot to make people happy, just to show that you're giving a rat's ass, as they say.
What's the longest
Thanks,
scheduled,
Andre. Appreciate it, buddy.
scheduled layover you guys have ever had? Like where you knew you were going to be in the airport for an extended
8
period of time?
hours.
Yeah, I think I was like 9 or 10, Steve. And
Whoa!
It was going to Africa, and so it was.
Same with
flew from Dulles to Amsterdam, and then Amsterdam to Tanzania, and the scheduled layover we knew was just going to be a really long time, really long ass time, not a really ass long,
really ass long time.
Yeah, really long ass time.
You guys have very good ass here.
Yeah. Well, in Amsterdam they do, and they also have like an area where you can go to sleep, and it's like you don't have to pay. It's just this area where it's dark and it's quiet, and it helped pass the time for a few hours.
No, I've had a similar situation and said exactly the same thing, that they know that these delays are going to occur, so they accommodate it.
Yeah.
I was domestic when that happened.
I think the longest, and it was a scheduled delay. It was, I think we were flying to Hawaii. So you get out to Los Angeles, and there's like it was like a 3-hour delay or something like that, which actually is not that bad, because if for some reason there's a delay in your initial flight getting in there and you miss your connecting flight, then that's worse than having to wait around for 3 hours.
And that Amsterdam flight, we considered leaving the airport because you had so much time to go and then come back and you could go, see the city or whatever. But it just turned out to be like, I was afraid if I left the airport that I wouldn't get back in time or whatever.
You should have played hide and go seek.
Yes, I should have invited Casey.
Fun.
So if you can sleep on the floor, the question is, should you? Etiquette consultant.
Only face down.
Jody R.R. Smith says it's fine to sit on the floor and even sleep on the floor at an airport. She recommends dressing in layers and bringing a hat so you don't have to contact the ground. Also, talk to your fellow passengers stuck overnight to make the best of a difficult situation. She said, be polite to the airport and airline staff and be kind to others. That's because passengers are less understanding when it comes to sleeping on the airport floor. A recent poll by Kayak found that 60% of travelers disapproved of sitting on the floor, and 75% thought sleeping was off limits. Brushing your teeth in a public restroom is okay, but shaving is a no-no, apparently.
Have you ever shampooed in an airport toilet?
No.
Yeah.
Is that an experience?
It's okay. It's okay. I probably have missed out on a ton of stuff I could have pushed for and not realized it was available for me.
So here's part of that. Like, this says you may not have to sleep on the floor after all. Megan Mahoney was recently flying back home from Paris when her flight was delayed, and she said no one knew how long it would be. She had paid for a sleeping pod with a bed, desk, and chair and noise cancellation system. Said it was totally private, so I could nap in comfort or work. And since I was still at the airport, I could regularly check flight status. So they have one at the Philly airport. I've walked by. It's in it's between the A and B terminals. And it's a little spot where they have these pods you can go into and rent it.
Yeah.
It's out of the way. Unless you're going down that hallway, you never even know. I don't know if there are any others
What did
in
you
the
think?
entire airport or not. I didn't go inside and check it out. But it looks pretty cool, and I didn't look at the prices either. I would imagine it's kind of expensive.
If you're able to fly, if you're doing something and it's something you're doing once a year, and you can fly business and get access to, the like the Admiral Club or whatever.
Yeah.
They will let you. A lot of times they'll have amenities for you to stay for many hours.
Well, and they suggest that as well. It says, lean on your airline for help. It said, don't let your airline off the hook during an extended delay. Ask for a lounge pass and free vouchers for food and beverages. It says lounges can be excellent places to sleep. The best international airlines even have rooms where customers can catch a few hours of sleep before their flight. I've only been in one of those lounges like maybe once or twice. It's cool. It's
yes.
Nice if you have that. Now, Casey turned me on to something years ago when we traveled a few times. We took a couple golf trips together, and that is if you've got an hour or so once you get through security, if you've gotten there in advance and you know when your flight is taking off, is go get a massage.
A massage.
Because they have those spas.
They do.
And you can usually
What do they
run? They're more
Standard
expensive.
prices?
I think are they?
I think they're standard, yeah.
Okay.
Like
Casey usually gets foot massage.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
what
a
he
foot
goes
effing
for.
master.
Yeah.
Do they be tickling?
Yeah, I don't be tickling or nothing.
Okay.
Nothing, man. He's got his own technique and everything. What were you going to say, Nick?
Oh, this is something I don't have, but Pierre does, which is an American Express card. And if you have an American Express card, I believe you get access to their lounge in every airport around the country, and it's called the Centurion Lounge.
Really?
Yeah, and so if you have an Amex card, I believe, and I forget the levels or whatever, it's one of those cards that I think it's like $100
Gladiator
a year.
and Emperor.
No, well, there's like gold and platinum and whatever else, right?
Yes.
And I don't know what the different levels are, Stephen, or what they cost. However, if you have one, you and everyone in your family that uses that account can go to these Centurion lounges.
I've looked at that I keep flirting with that notion of having the American Express card because so many people who travel and do a lot of traveling say that it is really invaluable. I don't do a lot of traveling.
Right.
Yeah, but your wife does.
She does. She's all
probably-
set. She's got.
Probably would benefit from it. My brother gets like almost like a travel coordinator through American Express.
Really?
So anytime, they like will book his hotel for him. They'll book his flights for him, and it's all.
Is it easy to use, or because a lot of times there's such a morass of crap involved in
He
these
says
things?
he uses it all the time.
You
Now,
really?
my brother is very much like, here's what I want to do. I don't want to have anything to do with it. Book it and call me when it's all done. So I think he uses it to, the full amount. But yeah, he says that they book it for him
This is through who?
through American Express.
American Express.
Yeah.
'Cause
All right.
They're the traveler's credit card. That's the way they pitch themselves most often.
Yeah, don't leave home without it.
Right.
I got stuck in the Denver airport, and I was traveling with somebody who had an American Express card, and we went to that lounge, and Steve, it was like one of those things where there was several delays, so it ended up being like a 6.5 hour, 7 hour delay and layover. But we spent that whole time in the Centurion Lounge, and it made the time fly by.
Mm-hmm.
But their annual fee is much more than a lot of the other credit cards, and
That's
I
what I'm
think
saying.
because they
It's like $600 a year, right?
I'm not sure. Do you know exactly what it is, Nick?
Nope.
It's like $1 billion.
I don't know.
Like $1 billion?
But I remember when I was looking through credit cards, I did a lot of research, and they were, if you're going to use it, then it's worth it. But that price tag I was like, I don't know. We'll revisit this.
Yes, sir. It sounds like you need a lot of help.
Will you?
Yeah, the way you're just saying, will you?
Will you?
Is that a destination?
Ding, ding.
Okay, you want me to call you when your flight's ready?
Yeah. Who were you flying with?
My daughters?
Okay.
All right. We're just going to have you preload so the other passengers don't have to see you.
Probably a good idea.
Unbelievable.
The different levels of cost are Amex Gold is $250 a year, and the Platinum is $695. And I don't know which of those gets you the Centurion Lounge.
I don't know. When you need, it's one of those things where you're there, and you always find yourself going, I should have. Just for this one time alone.
Right. Let me go to Gil.
Should have played hide and go seek.
Hi, Gil. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What's up, man?
Not too much. I just wanted to call in because I had a pretty long delay coming back from Hawaii for my honeymoon. Apparently, a part on the plane had broken, and it was something small. It was like an indicator light or something, but they weren't allowed to fly over the ocean without it.
Okay.
So they actually had to fly a part in from mainline, from California. So the delay wound up being about 10 hours.
Wow.
And then by the time we actually got to our connecting flight in LA, we had missed our connecting flight, so it was like another 3 hours. And then, but this whole time they kept coming around and they were giving us food vouchers, like $20 food vouchers.
$20.
So by the time we got onto our actual connecting flight to come back to Philly, my wife was like 3 aisles away from me, and she was basically just vomiting herself to sleep.
Oh.
So the drink cart guy came around. It's like midnight. I have 5 o'clock stubble. I have like red eyes, bags under my eyes. And he says, "Can I get you anything to drink?" And I said, "Can I have $80 in food vouchers worth of bourbon?" And he must have took like one look at me. He's like, "Yeah, okay, I can do that."
Oh.
So,
$80 worth of bourbon?
yeah, I mean, it was only like 4.
It's about 6 drinks on it. Yeah.
Yeah, but hey, man, it worked. It got me through the night.
Got you through. All right.
Dude,
Interesting. You got to ask.
It's so miserable.
Thanks, Gil. It does. Yeah.
It's so miserable.
Just that whole traveling weight thing is difficult. By the way, so here's somebody that recommends surviving a long delay. The trick is having everything you need. If there's a delay, your airline may be unable to access your checked bag. So according to this particular survival instructor, according to travel survival instructor, said, Always bring an ultralight backpacking mattress that compresses to the size of a small bottle.
What the hell are they talking about? I bring my Sleep Number mattress.
Shannon Wilburn has a short list of things she always packs in her overnight bag, and that includes all of her toiletries and prescription medications. Never check those.
Yeah.
As well as her headset and computer. And she also carries a small blanket, pillow, and charger. She said, I've slept on the airport floor before.
No dildo?
No dildo. Don't bring that.
Oh. Yeah, I always...
That goes in the oversized...
What, are you going skiing? No, that's my dildo.
I was going to say, I always have like my things that no matter where I'm going, if I'm checking, I'm not checking, will go with me, either, my carry-on or my purse or whatever. And, it is all of the toiletries if you have small enough. But I'll never pack my jewelry. I always carry that, even if I'm not wearing
and electronics. Like if you have an expensive camera or whatever, or anything like that.
Yeah.
Also something that can be your entertainment if you're forced to be there.
And then my contacts and my glasses, I always carry on me
because you can't see without your glasses.
Well, seriously, if my contacts didn't make it where I was going, it would be the end of the world for me.
But
see without his glasses.
you'll carry your medications with you on, or do you pack those?
I mean, I don't carry many, but no, I guess so. Like if I bring vitamins with me, I'll pack those.
Okay. By the way, real
but
quick.
if you have a medication you need to take every day, then yeah, you should.
And not in your
Don't
luggage.
pack it.
Yeah,
Don't
that's a good
check
point.
it. Yeah.
Rick has that Amex card. Hi, Rick. Good morning.
Hey, that's Disco Rick to you guys.
Disco Rick.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Yeah, so I got the Amex Platinum card recently, and I flew out of Newark a few months ago, and I checked out the lounge, and I was in there kind of creeping around. I'm a trash person. I'm wearing sweatpants, and I see this guy wearing a suit. He goes into this fridge and pulls out a beer and doesn't pay for it, and you can see me looking at him, and he's like, "Yeah, you go ahead, you can get a beer. Everything's free. There's food, there's beer. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. I felt like I was stealing."
And Rick, is it most major airports that have one of these?
I don't fly that often, so I don't know. But I mean, Newark had one. Philly has one. So
that is the key. That would be the key, Rick. How many airports have American Express?
Most major airports.
Centurion lounges.
No
now,
kidding.
Yeah, that's why it's worth it. How much does it cost you a year?
It's like $700.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. But I mean, if you're flying a lot and you have that, though, you stop and think about it. If you go to an airport and you pick up some food or you're waiting, you could burn through $700 quite quickly.
Pretty quick, especially at airport prices.
Airport prices.
Without question.
So in the long run, that might be better. But it's always a question of, for example, when we were flying for our summer vacation, Oh,
that was Disco Rick.
I
Sorry.
was waiting on that for Disco Rick.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Casey.
So we were flying Lufthansa, and I guess Lufthansa is part of that Constellation collective with other airlines. So their lounge was closed, but we used United Airlines.
Oh.
So, but the trick is knowing which airports have those, and a lot of times, Preston, the bitch is. So you're at your gate is here in the airport, and the lounge is 9 miles across.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll just stay here.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering about the pods at Philly International, because I only know the one between A and B, and if you're in the E or F terminal, that's a long haul.
Get a nice rest so I can run at a full clip to my flight.
But I'm intrigued by that Centurion Club thing. That's kind of interesting. Okay.
Those who are about to die salute you.
Well, it's going to be hairy this week, and people are already feeling it as far as delays and so on. I haven't seen any stories about colossal mess ups yet, but probably Wednesday is going to be the big travel day, and then Sunday as well as another one. So just a heads up, they're expecting super long tie-ups this time around. All right, so a little bit of information, hopefully, that you can use to pass along. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment or two, so make sure that you stay with us, because we will not be gone long, my friend. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on the
that obviously, so when you tell a personal story, people connect to it, people relate to it, and then people start thinking about things in their life that are similar, right? And so it's a way to trigger. And then all of a sudden you do magic and it breaks down this barrier, this wall, and people become vulnerable like kids. And so now what you say to me is 10 times more impactful. Look, I'm a big fan of your show. I'm a big fan of rock and roll. I wanted to be a rock star. I can't sing, I can't dance, I can't play an instrument. Check that off the old box. But cards and magic became my instrument, and now the ballad or the jam can be whatever it is you say around around it.
That's awesome.
John, did you happen to see a special on Hulu called In and of Itself with a guy named Derek Delgadio?
First of all, huge fan of Doug Audio. I'm like the only magician that has not seen this yet. I have no excuse. I've been wanting to see this. I heard it's phenomenal.
It's just really super unique, and that's what I think is really cool about, you know, taking what you do and putting a unique spin on it. And he's very much tells the story of his life as well during that show.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to make a promise to the Preston and Steve show. I will be watching it tonight.
Okay, all right.
Nice.
But it's similar in your life story, which has so many. I mean, if you were to just get up and do a TED Talk about your life, that alone would be interesting. You have such rich fodder to draw upon for the magic. But as you start to develop a show and change it and alter it, and add illusions and tricks or whatever you like to refer to them as, where do you get the opportunity to go do that? Do you have a warehouse, or do you have, not that you're like David Copperfield making planes disappear or whatever, but do you have an actual lab or something that you go to where you work on this stuff?
Yeah, I have a lab. It's my house at Oak Brook Circle.
That's it.
That little garage over there on the side that we don't quite use, that we don't know what to do with the lawnmower, so we shove it in there.
And it's that simple. You just go in and a room in your house and.
Yeah, you know what? I got a great creative team, and so you know, Blake Voigt, Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia is the guy behind David Blaine, all his TV stuff for years and years.
Well,
we're really good friends. Yeah, we're good friends. But what these people are really good at is when us three get in a room and we jam, it's like songwriting, right? Some people just gel, and it's important to know one another's style, and so they kind of get my style. And we just create stuff, which is fun.
You know, it's funny because so many musicians and magicians, and the words sound very similar, by the way. But you know, you'll take a chord progression and turn it a little bit and make it something new. And I get that impression as being the same with magicians. Okay, there's this old style trick. We're going to turn it, do this, put this narrative behind it, and make it something new. Is that a large part of what you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's like music. There's like 5 chords. Am I right?
Yeah.
I should know that. Six chords. Well, magic, there's 5 things you can do, and I should probably know these 5. You can disappear, you can reappear, you can change, and there's like 2 other things you can do.
Right.
So it's taking a spin on that.
You're getting a little too intricate for us.
Well, let me ask you. I was expecting manipulation. Some of these other
you change, you disappear, you come back, and then there's 3 other things.
2 other things.
So, all right. So there have been some in the magic world. There have been some constants, obviously, but there has been new variables over the years in technology and stuff. And over the last year, with being able to do things via Zoom and virtually, has that presented itself any new opportunities for you?
Yeah, so you know, in the Zoom world, which is here we are. I did a lot of like keynotes. Believe it or not, the virtual keynote speaking market was out of this world, right? And so I'd be able to do tricks through Zoom, which is kind of cool. I created a few things. Now it's a completely different medium. It's a completely different way of doing things. Right now you're isolated in this little frame here, so you know. It was a fun, challenging time.
Do you get called? I mean, obviously, I know when I was doing stand-up comedy, I used to do corporate gigs fairly often. Is that still out there? You know, substantially with so many people working from home and you know all that change because of what we just went through. Is that still a rich area for you as a magician to work in?
The Zoom market?
The corporate, you know, corporate events and things of that nature. Yeah. Is that a big money maker for you without getting? Yeah, but I don't need a dollar amount.
Yeah, baby, throw me the money. But not so much as a magician. Like I said, I get hired out as a speaker, and I get to do whatever magic I want within that.
I got
One of the best advice I ever got was my rookie year, and this guy Kevin Elko, he's a speaker, and I was in the weight room. He's like, "Hey, I'll give you a couple $100 to go talk to these bankers." I was like, "I'm in." He goes, "You know that stupid little pencil trick you do?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "They'll eat it up. Tell your story how you went to college." So I was like, "Okay." And then afterwards, he literally pulled me aside and he goes, "Listen, kid." I was 23. He goes, "Listen, kid, I'm going to give you some advice. Look, the magic's cute. I get it. You need to be a speaker, and you'll thank me for it." And so I've been a speaker ever since. And obviously, the cap that companies are willing to spend on a magician is quite a bit smaller than a speaker.
Right.
And so
True.
Hey, you can call me whatever you want.
Just a reminder, John's going to be at Borgata Music Box on Friday, 2 shows. By the way, John, so what role does football play in your life now? Just a observer or anything else?
I have some friends call me here and there, and they'll have because a lot of the guys I played with now are coaching either high school, college, or whatever, and they'll have a snapper or a specialist, and they'll say, hey, man, can you work with this kid? Can you give me some advice? And we can do it over Zoom. We can do it live. And so I'm just kind of like the guy that just kind of goes in, helps out. Believe it or not, there's been some coaches that have left the Eagles and gone on to other teams, and they're like, hey, we'd love to bring you in here and just kind of help build the culture of an organization, which for me, I think that was a bigger compliment than help me with X's and O's. I think that was kind of a role I had with the Eagles for a long, long time. And that was, establish a culture, get a sense of community and family within a locker room, care about one another. And then you don't have to be the greatest of athletes to win.
I have a very objective question to ask you, John. Which fans are crazier, Bills fans or Eagles fans? Because Bills fans over the last few years have really upped their game in the level of craziness that they bring. The Bills Mafia, as I think now kind of rivals the insanity that Eagles fans bring every week.
I'll say this. I mean, anybody that's out there in minus 20-degree weather with no shirt on, run around in the parking lot, I mean, it's crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a different level of crazy. For those that have never been to Buffalo, wow. It was like the greatest thing that ever happened to me to get picked up by the Bills. And then it was like the greatest thing that ever happened to me to get released by the Bills. Because that place was hard. I mean, it was like, now look, you're talking about a kid who came from Southern California. So like I had seen snow, but I had never seen snow.
Yeah, that is snow.
And, and now keep in mind, I kind of hacked my way into college, right? I sent somebody else's film. So when I got into the NFL, I was still trying to figure out how to snap. And so to go to Buffalo and try and play in that weather and be a specialist. Look, I played with Drew Bledsoe. That guy had one of the strongest arms I've ever seen. I remember there was games that he couldn't even throw a 10-yard out because the wind was so bad.
Yeah.
And then the coach was ticked off at me that I couldn't snap. Drew can't throw it 10 yards. You want me to look between my legs?
Yeah.
Right.
John, I went to the Eagles-Bills game, oh, God, it had to have been 2 years ago, and the wind was crazy. We couldn't even kick extra points at this point. The wind was so bad, they kept going for 2-point conversions.
God, that's savage.
But I will say, I thought the fans were great. I didn't get there early enough to really hang out in the tailgate area or whatever. But I bought tickets that were close enough in the end zone, so I just wanted to get on either A, get on TV, which I did, or B, catch a football either via kickoff or whatever. And a football landed 2 seats away from me. So I know I was so close, but I had a great time and. They had great hot dogs in the stadium.
There you go.
Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, think about this. Philadelphia has restaurants like Zama loves sushi. Come on, Redstone. Hello, still here, guys.
There's Kathy.
Oh yes.
I mean, and Buffalo has.
Wings.
Hey, let me ask you. Do you have Wetzel's Pretzels there by any chance?
Oh, I don't know.
Casey's a big fan.
Good wings.
Yeah.
But Buffalo was great, man. But like I said, what a hard place to play, man. Hard place.
Wow. Nice. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. How about that, man?
Yeah, you got your own backstage and all that, everything. What is your writer like? Is there anything super unique in a John Dorenbos writer when you show up at the Borgata?
Make a look. So this is funny.
Yeah.
So I was never, I didn't really drink alcohol a whole lot, I never drank beer. I didn't like beer, right? I didn't like beer. So my wife's like, oh, this is cool. So when you stop working out and stop playing football, now you're going to drink beer.
Right.
Okay, good timing. So I got nothing crazy. I just got my Michelob Gold Ultras carb conscious beer.
Carb conscious beer.
Crazy.
That's it.
And do you have, all right, so do you have an exclusive partnership with a playing card? Do you know what I mean?
So I use bicycles now. This is crazy. The president of United States Playing Card Company, huge fan, very nice guy. But this company, zero advertising, zero endorsements for anybody. They just don't need it. They don't
They're
do
just
it.
the best.
And
They're like the Louisville Sluggers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, why?
Yeah.
Well, it's a good point.
And is that the choice for most magicians? Bicycle?
For me, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, I like the air cushion finish. Apparently, just gets
Air
it done for
cushion
me.
finish.
Air cushion finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I keep these guys everywhere. But bicycle is the most consistent. And like now you're gonna get me going. But like to be able just to kind of do things like that looked really good on Zoom right there. But they just feel good. They just look good, right? And so they fan nice. Like, come on, are you kidding me? Watch this. Hey, for those at home, I'm just
that's impressive.
That's an impressive fan. Hey, John, can you do the one where you where you're just holding the deck in your hand flat and you just flip that top card up in the air and over? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, and he's coughing them up. I'm blown away by that stuff. It's just.
This comes out of the center. Oh,
man!
You know what I mean?
Wow!
Man, and he catches it. Here's something here. Little Zoom something for you. It's going to be hard. Preston, you're the guy in the camera here, so I'm just going to use you. Just say stop.
And stop right there. Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna out jog that.
Okay.
It's kind of hard here on Zoom, but here we go. Can you see that or no?
Yep, I got it.
What do you see?
I see the 10 of diamonds.
Ooh. Perfect. Do you have a cell phone, a wallet, pad of paper?
I got a cell phone.
He's got a cell phone and whatever you need.
I have a pad of paper and a wallet.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Do you have all three?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Okay, get them. Okay.
We're a major market show.
Okay, so put your wallet on your hand first.
Okay. Dear God.
Okay. Here it comes.
Yeah.
And then your phone on top of that.
Okay.
Pad of paper on top of that.
Yeah.
And then your hand on top of that.
Okay.
Oh, this is going to be sick. One more time. What do you see?
10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hopefully this will work. I don't know, but watch. If we take the 10 through Zoom,
it's gone.
Okay. Wow.
We can get it to vanish.
Okay.
Preston, lift your hand up.
Dude, no. Okay.
Lift the paper up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing under the paper. Yep.
Yeah. Put it down. Lift the phone up.
Okay.
Yeah. And now put that down.
Okay.
And now just lift your wallet straight up.
Okay.
Is there something on your hand? You would have flipped out if it was. Hold on.
Okay.
You know what? It might have not gone through. Can you pick your wallet up again?
Yeah.
Can you open it?
Yes.
Is there something inside? Go ahead and look through there. Is there something in the?
Are you serious? Shut up. No way. Stop it.
There's a 10 of diamonds in Preston's wallet.
That's as good as I can get through Zoom. Right there.
Which one of you a-holes took my wallet and put this in here? That's insane.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
The 10 of diamonds.
Wow.
You're the devil.
Yeah, and go Borgata Friday night. I will be there.
Yes, and honestly, that room
just happened.
That room is perfect for magic. By the way, it's going to be awesome.
Why couldn't you do that with like $100 bill?
Is it difficult to not have thundering applause, when you're
afterwards.
done with traffic these days? Yeah, I would
It's
imagine.
so weird. I don't know how that started. It's bizarre.
I can do it anytime you want.
Thank you.
Camp Out for Hunger. By the way, I got this handwritten letter. It says on the envelope, and keep in mind, I got this like last Wednesday. Preston and Steve, could you please read this around 7 a.m. Friday?
Oh, boy.
Thank you again for all you do. No, it was too crazy. But I did want to read this. It says, hey, Preston and Steve, just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for all of what you do for the city. The Camp Out for Hunger has always been my favorite. We worked really hard this year to bring food and water to your Camp Out for Hunger. We more than tripled the weight than last year and hope to continue to get more each year. Just wanted to say thank you to the 369 Law Enforcement Motorcycle Club and Penske Truck Leasing for everything that was collected. And he says, thank you. That is from Robert Marshall, a.k.a. Dancer. So these
those are the guys who came in by the evening, right?
Yeah, we were hanging out. We were hanging out with them out back and took some pictures and stuff. So they dropped off this note. So our pleasure and thank you for, and that's what people try to do. They try to beat their own personal records the year before, which is really, really cool when people do that. I love it. And then here was one. This was another one I was supposed to read on Friday. Dude, Fridays, forget it. Just no requests are going to happen. It's just it's so nutty there. But this is from Brittany Barodin, and she said, good morning at Presbo. And by the way, we need my Geddy Lee.
Yes.
Hey, Presbo. I wanted to see if you could give a sweet shout out to my husband, Matthew, for our 5-year wedding anniversary, Friday, November 17th. I'll actually be spending that morning with you all. It will be my first year attending camp out as well as my first year volunteering. So excited. And I wanted to thank Matthew for bringing so much love and laughter to my life and the lives of our amazing children, Louie, who's Lou, it says in parentheses, and Matilda. Thank you for all you do for us. Maddie B., I love you, she says. Thank you for your time, making us laugh every morning, and for all you do for the community. You guys seriously rock. So here's that shout out. And speaking of who's Lou, Lou was there.
Where?
He was.
What?
Yeah. He was down.
Never saw him.
I think it was on Thursday.
Yeah, I seen him.
Yeah, I went out and gave him a hug there real quick, and he was kind of wandering around. He was by himself, and we were just too busy to have a chance to get him on the air. But Lou was definitely there in spirit and in person. And then here is one that is not related to the Camp Out for Hunger, but this is pretty cool. This is from Sam Kennedy, who writes and asks for a shout out. He says, for my wife, Stacy Kennedy, and the team at Farmers Against Hunger. He said, Newell, Stacy, Kyle, and Tyrese last week gleaned around 100,000 pounds of fresh fruits and vegetables from New Jersey farmers to create 6,000 bags of produce to be distributed to the food insecure around New Jersey. A second shout out for the dozens of volunteers that provided the labor to glean, produce, and the 100,000 plus volunteers that helped pack bags. Not 100,000, 100 plus volunteers that helped pack bags, as well as to all who donated the reusable bags used to package the produce.
That's amazing.
How great is that? So 2 shout outs, if you don't mind there. And so he was really, really proud of all the volunteers and everybody, and they were listening to the Camp Out for Hunger while they were doing this too, which is cool.
We're thrilled to know they were doing something of that magnitude. Amazing.
And he says, "Have a nice flight, Sam Kennedy." So thank you, Sam. We appreciate that, man. That's really
that is great.
That. Yep. And then there's another. Oh, what am I doing here? Oh yeah. Here we go. Hang on.
Hi, Presbo.
That's Geddy Lee.
I love that.
One more time.
Hi, Presbo.
So then there's another charity that I wanted to mention. This goes actually back to the week before, and this was a follow-up because I read an email from somebody who needed a little bit of help, and this was from Holly Havens, and she wrote, "Hey, Preston and Nick," because we were both in touch with her. I said, "I wanted to share some exciting news. We collected the 1 millionth pair of new socks in our Socktober."
Ah, that's great.
You remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that, yes.
She said, immediately after your on-air shout-out, we got an influx of donations on our website, and several of your listeners reached out to us to organize sock drives at their school or business. So literally 1 million thanks to you and your awesome listeners for getting us to our goal. We are officially presenting the 1 millionth pair of socks. And like I said, this is a little while back on Wednesday, November 15th, to our longtime partner, Prevention Point Philadelphia, who are located in Kensington. So this milestone pair of socks will be on the feet of someone in need in just a few days. And she says, so what's next? We're not stopping. Our new goal, 2 million socks.
Yeah.
She said we're going to continue to make homeless toes happy and healthy toes. As we head into the winter season, the shelves in our Phoenixville warehouse are currently empty, so donations at this time of year are critical. More information can be found on our website. It's tjos.org.
The Joy of Socks.
Oh, that's right. The
Yeah.
joy instead of the Joy of Sex.
Yep.
Ah.
The Joy of Socks. I love it. tjos.org. So I love that. That's a great campaign.
Honestly, when your feet are cold, it's miserable. Miserable.
I mean, like, even when your feet are, like, just, a little chilly.
Yeah.
It's not fun. Imagine somebody who's can't even feel their toes.
Horrible.
I mean, it makes a big, big difference. So I thought that was a nice little thing.
Yes, absolutely.
So this happened while we were gone, and we didn't get a chance to touch on this, but we always talk about these things. The National Toy Hall of Fame. They announced their inductees. Remember, we always announce when they
the nominees, and then the inductees.
And so now they have them, and so we can go through.
Do we need a fanfare
if you want?
Okay.
Well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 of them altogether. So they are. Do you want a fanfare for each one of them, or?
Yeah,
But that'll work too. That's kind of big.
It's the award show beginning, and then Casey can hit the. All right, and you can handle the actual stings case.
Baseball cards.
Baseball cards.
Cabbage Patch Kids. The Fisher Price Corn Popper. Where's that coming up? Where's that effing sound?
Pan to the left.
Yeah, it's a little bit to the left.
And Nerf. There you go.
Where's that sound coming from?
The corn popper is such a classic toy.
It was actually selected from a category of what they were calling the Forgotten Five toys.
What else is in the Forgotten Five?
It's not in the little story that I have here, so I don't.
The Forgotten Five.
No. Nick, you would have to look that up.
Did you always sort of think that was a lawnmower?
No. I thought of it as more of, well, I didn't know what it was because I had an actual lawnmower that had little things that bounced around like that. I thought of it as almost more like a vacuum cleaner.
Okay. Oh, like you're picking up debris.
It was
debris.
It was a one-handed thing, picking up debris.
Here's the Forgotten Five, Preston.
Oh, okay. Transformers?
Yep.
Really?
Casey, please.
What Transformer?
I didn't think that was ever forgotten.
No.
My Little Pony?
No, it's not forgotten.
Is that My Little Pony?
Yeah,
it looks like it.
Pony, yeah.
And that's pretty stupid, too, because I don't think that's forgotten.
Pez dispensers.
That's not forgotten either.
They're
That's
still around.
Forgotten?
Stupid.
And a pogo stick. That's kind of forgotten.
Yeah.
Although,
Like, you
one
don't
of the
see
five.
those anymore.
now I see like those like
nuclear pogo sticks. Yeah, the ones that'll launch over your house.
We've had them. We had one in the studio.
They're crazy.
Yeah, and I finally got confident and comfortable on one, jumping really high, but doing flips and stuff like that. I'm like, no.
Dude, I tried a couple of times on that thing, and it was scary.
You go up way too high.
Intimidating. And yes, if you're going up like just 5 feet in the air, you fall from that, you get hurt.
You get a pogo stick up your ass.
Yeah. But when I was a kid, we had like the standard pogo stick.
Yes, which is fun.
It was fun for about 5 minutes.
Yeah. And then the pogo ball. You guys remember the pogo ball?
Oh, yeah,
Never was a fan of the pogo ball.
Oh, I love that. I was really good at that. Yeah.
Remind me of the pogo ball.
I could do the pogo stick, but the pogo ball was my thing. It was just
looked like Saturn.
It looks like Saturn. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like Saturn. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. But you know what? The one I couldn't get was was it called the skip something or the other?
Skip-bo?
Was it a skip-bo?
Yeah, where you put your foot through the loop and then you swinging it around.
I thought skip-bo was a game, like a card game.
It maybe is.
Skip it.
Skip it.
Skip it.
Skip it.
Skip it.
That's
Suck it.
I never. You were probably good at that, weren't you, Maris?
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. It was also kind of more of a girl toy, I thought.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Is that
There's no such thing as girl toys, Preston.
I'm sorry.
on this one? Yeah, I was good at this actually. I was a little girl.
In the commercial, it's all girls playing on it, but
I couldn't do it.
No, it starts off with Charles Bronson playing it. Casey.
I didn't realize that.
Look at
I
this.
like this toy. It's fun.
Well, and that was good because you could do it by yourself, or you could have your friend stand behind you and then not be as good as you and fall into you and fall all over the place.
Yesterday, I kid you not, I was on a Preston and Steve Daily Rush throwback kick.
Yes.
And I went back and I watched our video of us double dutching.
Dude,
Double dutching.
It was so much fun. We had a blast doing that.
did.
Bill hated it.
Yeah. I don't get it.
He hated that segment. He thought it was a
Why?
waste of 20 minutes.
You can't say anything.
He just didn't think it was
I
entertaining.
don't like it. I don't like you.
We were having, dude, the three of us, we were having so much fun doing that.
Wait, weren't
You keep doing stuff like this, and I'm going to retire.
we wanted to try some of those videos Casey keeps sending us at Camp Out. We never did.
I hate them.
We
yeah,
didn't do it.
like the body motion ones where
Don't like it.
Yeah.
There's one that they constantly show, and you've sent it to me, Casey, but where a woman is she ends up holding 2 wine glasses, but it's 3 girls, and she somehow wraps her legs, like intertwines with the other 2 and is able to like sit up there, and then they hand her a wine glass, whatever. But that one looks fairly easy. I feel like we could do that one.
The one I want to see done in person in front of me is the all the rage now, which is that levitating skipping thing.
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't see this.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. I want to see the
Every
video.
friggin' person apparently has nailed it. I can't figure out how it.
It's now a
Nailed it.
touchdown celebration. You'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
I'll find a video to show
Okay,
you,
all
Kath.
right.
Nick's got something here.
So going back to this forgotten toys, this is the first of the forgotten toys to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. The other 5, Preston, when they're saying that they're forgotten, they're not really forgotten. Everybody still remembers them. They just have not made it into the National Toy Hall of Fame yet.
So these are sort of oversights.
So the first one of these now 6, but now 5 left. Steve, is the corn popper.
Got it. Love it.
All right, Kathy, I'm going to pull up this video just to get your reaction of what this guy is doing.
Okay, I see. And it looks like
It looks like he's floating.
What are they doing?
Yeah, it's hard to. I can't figure it out. And you also have to be in the right. You have to be facing them for it to look like they're not really touching the ground. But
Oh wow.
it's pretty wild thing. And they show you how to do it. He shows some instructional. But yeah, we can do that.
I
You
think we
could
can
probably
that.
do it. You're a dancer.
No, she's a singer.
Oh, really?
Oh God, no.
Sing something for us. So yes, the Forgotten 5. So those are now inducted into the Toy Hall of Fame. If you care.
If you care.
If you care.
I do. We all do.
And we'll have to wait till the next one that comes up down the road. But we'll have plenty of toys around Christmas to maybe think about that.
This week would begin, at least for years, historically, nostalgically speaking, when we would be presented with our Sears catalog for list making.
Oh, yeah?
To let Santa Claus know.
Yeah.
Because we would probably go see Santa around the Thanksgiving holiday.
Yeah.
Go to Sears. We were never able to draw the lines together. Wow, we're looking at the Sears catalog, or Santa's at Sears.
Let me ask you guys, is there something, because I have something in mind myself, is there something that you wanted every single year for Christmas, and for one reason or another, Santa never got it for you? Something that was affordable. It's not like, oh, no, I wanted a $3,000 go-kart. No, something that was affordable, but you just never got it.
I still make my mom feel bad about it today because she has no idea why she never got it for me or why Santa never brought it, even though I asked every single year. My Little Ponies. I never owned My Little Ponies.
Never. You were
and
Beanie
I
Babies,
them.
right?
I used to hang out with the girl down the street only because she had My Little Ponies. I was like, I'm going down to her house.
I don't like you.
Your mom had to have had a reason. She had to have had some kind of reason.
She said
There's an equine virus going around.
No. It wasn't like that. No, she didn't have any weirdo reason. She said she just forgot, didn't know, didn't listen to me when I said I wanted My Little Ponies. And I will still say to her, I'm like, remember you never got me My Little Ponies when I was a kid?
She needs to get you one now. That'd be
Steve, she did. I think I was like 25 and she got me for Christmas a My Little Pony.
My parents actually had a pretty good beat on when they would go off the list and help Santa get me things. They were pretty good. Like I'd be like, oh.
Yeah, Casey, there's nothing that stands out that I wish I would have gotten over the years. I was, my crew was pretty solid as well as far as getting stuff that we wanted. Did you have something in mind?
Yeah, I wanted a football helmet. I wanted a professional.
You didn't have a football helmet?
No, like a life-size one.
That's like
borderline
criminal.
I know, and it was always in the back of the Sears catalog, and they had every single team, And this is like back in the 80s.
I don't get that.
Yeah.
And did you want an Eagles helmet, I assume, or?
I would have taken Eagles, number one, but also I really love the Buccaneers creamsicle helmet as well.
Oh yeah. I forgot you're a Buccaneers fan.
Yeah, and I think they were $99. Now, $99 back in 1986 was a lot.
$1 million.
Listen, $99 is still a lot of money, but I just never got one.
That blows my mind because if you think of anyone, then you young little boy who
now I got no place to put it.
Did you ever play football?
Yeah, I played football all the way up through 8th grade. Okay. And then when I got into high school, I was 4'11".
So what was it before that you wanted the football helmet?
Yeah, probably even until
So the football helmet that you used in Little League or whatever didn't kind of suffice? Or
No,
I
wanted
professional.
Professional, like this is what the Eagles wear. Rydell or Riddle. How would you pronounce that?
Maybe Rydell.
Rydell?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, and you just sit there staring transfixed at these things like, dear God, does that even exist?
Well,
is it like the Holy Grail?
We're looking at an old catalog picture of football helmets and their jerseys that came along with them. I assume that would be like a Sears catalog thing too.
Is that a Sears catalog that we're looking at? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
There was something really fun about that, circling the catalog.
Oh my God.
Taking a pen and circling the things you want. And if I went back and looked, I would have circled every single thing on every page. I just it was overkill. Like in hindsight, I was looking back and going, I'm not giving you guys much choice.
And you would sit and stare. Stare at the pictures of what you wanted.
Yep.
And I mean, I did want an actual, they have
Jesus.
What?
I'm sorry.
What?
Professional football helmets are $375. No, $400. $500.
What? Are you going to put a price tag on somebody's brain?
That's
Preston?
obscene.
Well, how much for a kid?
Yeah, but I mean, to just have as a little tchotchke.
Those aren't tchotchkes helmets. Those are actual, you're going to wear them in an actual football game.
Yeah, I know, but that's what you wanted, right?
No.
Yeah.
Did you want how much for a kid's helmet? Is this what we're looking? Is that?
This is Riddle helmets. That
For kids?
This is what. Okay.
Go ahead.
These are Riddle helmets if you're going to play a football game.
Yeah, they're legit if you're going to play college or professional football.
Wow.
Which Casey wanted the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
Does it matter that you occasionally drool now and then?
No.
I wonder why some of them are $500 and some of them are $240.
Some actually protect your skull.
Okay.
All others are simply decorative.
There's one for
made of balsa wood.
One for 170. Okay.
They look so cool though.
They're from the Touched collection.
Yeah.
Well, why is he always drooling? Well, he had a Touched helmet.
Do you ask for anything for Christmas now, or do you just kind of see what you get?
No, I just see what I get.
This Christmas in particular is going to be stuff that, like a snowblower. Yeah.
Honestly, everybody could get me a box of golf balls, and I will be
You'd be happy.
Yes, I've told my sisters, what do you want? I'm like, golf balls. Golf balls and tees. No, I don't want to. I'm like, I want that. I actually want that. I will use that. I have more clothes than I'll ever need. Don't get me anything like that. My closet's already full. I don't want to have to go through and throw away things that I still like to wear.
The last thing you want to do is just get something to get something, especially if you get or use that money and do like a Secret Santa for somebody, or go to a store and maybe help someone's Christmas club or whatever whatever.
But I mean, when I'm telling it to someone, no, honestly, it's really what I want.
A Ferrari.
I'm cool with that. Yeah, you just get me
a Ferrari.
Give me some golf balls.
Give me a personal jet.
That's all.
That's it.
All right.
Yeah, a cabin cruiser. That's all.
By the way, the average American, according to this survey, will celebrate Christmas Day. Will celebrate holidays twice. Okay, the average American will celebrate Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, and Thanksgiving 2 times. That's according to a survey of 2,000 U.S. adults.
So when you were in your dating years, or it doesn't even have to be the dating years.
I went to 4 Thanksgivings.
4 Thanksgivings.
Yeah, because there were divorced parents involved.
Oh,
and a couple of different households.
I would die.
Yeah, it was a long day.
I hate the whole idea of going out on
bouncing around.
Yeah. You want to be home with your golf ball.
I hate you more than anything in this damn world.
You want to be home with your golf balls, right?
Yes, please. I've got golf balls.
Look at all my golf balls
to play with. And 84% plan to travel for at least some holidays, and 60% plan to take a pet along for the ride with them.
Wow.
And 70%
put the moose in the back.
70% of those polled plan to celebrate Christmas Day, 32% celebrate Kwanzaa, and 30% will set the table for Friendsgiving. This is the variety of holidays that are being.
Go ahead.
No, my daughter's doing Friendsgiving tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm happy.
Is that the standard day to do it on Tuesday?
They don't have school on when. I would assume that they would do it the weekend before Thanksgiving, but they don't have school on Wednesday, so her friends are coming over tomorrow night for this. So
yeah. Thanksgiving is a wonderful, wonderful time. I agree with your perception, Preston, that it is a little bit. It's less nerve-wracking than Christmas, but I do love Christmas. I'm massively wrapped up in it this year.
Yeah, I'm not. All the trappings are a bit overwhelming for me.
Clearly I can see that. Absolutely.
Yeah. But Casey, Friendsgiving.
Yeah.
And because I've never participated in a Friendsgiving because it wasn't around until I was too old to. Hey, let's have Friendsgiving.
Yeah.
Is it straight up exactly like Thanksgiving but just with friends?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody brings a dish.
And you're not too old. Like we did Thanksgiving or Friendsgiving for years. Remember I told you the tractor story? That was at a Friendsgiving. It's
And
just
you
a
stopped
reason
doing it because it was a runaway tractor that almost killed 200 people.
a 4-year-old, right? So we stopped doing that.
Friendsgiving originated on a sitcom, or
Yeah, wasn't it Parks and? I thought it was Parks and Rec.
Was it Parks and Rec?
I thought so.
That
was Galentine's.
Oh, that was Galentine's Day. You're right. Yeah, I mean, ours was just a reason. My friend lived on a farm, and it was just a reason for.
It's a good way to kill a lot of people indiscriminately.
No, it was just another reason to have people over. They had theirs was cool because the kids would make apple cider. They would pick the apples, make the apple cider. It was stuff like that. We didn't sit down and have like a Thanksgiving dinner at ours.
The celebrating Christmas a couple of times thing was I only did that once when we were in my wife's hometown. And we went to like 3 or 4 different Christmas Eve things because everybody lived within pretty close distance of each other. So
well, that's not so bad, but how many times in one day can you leave your golf balls?
Right, come on, man.
Yeah.
Those things have feelings too.
Yeah.
By the way, if you want to go an extra mile with the golf balls, you like customize them.
Yeah.
You can get little sayings printed on them.
Do you appreciate that, or is it more painful if you lose those?
No, it's okay.
All right.
I mean, if what you do is you can save one if you're really attached to the cool saying that was on there. Like a friend of mine, when we got in the Hall of Fame, he got me a set of golf balls that said Preston PE Hall of Fame, whatever year that was, 21.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I thought that was very, very nice. So I held on to one of those.
Hi, Presbo.
Did that ball include the other nominees as well?
No, it did not.
No.
Okay, just me. Hang on a second. Let me go to Marita. Or is that Marita? Hi. Is your name Marita?
Yes.
Hi, Marita. You're on the air. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Wonderful. What's up?
Hey, I found a Sears catalog, the Wish Book, from 1993 the other day.
1993. So what was the big toy item in it? Do you remember?
Well, what I wanted to say was my 35-year-old son stopped over with his girlfriend, and they took till about 10:30 at night flipping through, comparing swing sets.
Yeah.
Comparing the prices of the Barbie Jeep to the one we had and how much it is nowadays. It was so fun.
Yeah. It's funny because I'm sure, Marita, they were considered expensive back then, but you compare them now, it's no comparison.
We just couldn't get them to stop it. They were both
I love it.
I'd love it.
How they got the swing sets to pop out of the ground.
Yeah.
You know, the metal swing sets where the hole would pop out of the ground if you went real high.
Oh yeah, the post. And there was a little bit of a quote unquote safety chain that was supposed to keep it from tipping over.
We didn't have a safety chain on ours, man. It was
yeah.
You had a chance for that whole thing to go flipping over. Thank you, by the way, Marita. God, I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Now the good ones are made of wood. They're solid. They're not going anywhere.
These are poles.
These things were made out of essentially aluminum.
Yeah.
And they were lightweight, and a nice storm could move them.
Great for stabbing.
Yeah. We'd snap them in half. We had a thing called the whirly bird in the backyard, which I don't know where the hell my dad got it, but it was basically 4 kids sitting on there were 4 seats, and sort of like a seesaw sort of thing,
4 ways.
But you pull back and forth, and it would spin around.
Yeah,
it was cool.
Yeah,
and I think that lasted for 1 minute.
I had a whirly bird. It was a game though, or not a game. It was a little helicopter on an arm. Do you remember that? It was.
And it would fly around.
You could spin it around.
Right.
You had these little controls. And you could hover it. You could go backwards. You could go
love
down,
that.
And you had a little hook on it.
Yes.
You could pick stuff up and fly it around.
Help rescue the people trapped in the fire.
Casey, I loved that thing.
How big was it?
Probably about, if you put your arms out in a circle, it'd be about that. That's about how big it was.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit larger than that.
Attention, Billy. There's a forest fire near you. Rescue that moose.
Connor, see if you can find Whirlybird 1976 or something.
Those were
like
cool.
That.
That was about the time, well, a little bit, a few years earlier, and I talked about this on the air, the voice control Kennedy Airport.
Yes.
Voice control, Kennedy Airport. The tower speaks and tells you what to do. Land on runway 5.
That was one of your all-time favorite.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. It's, be an air traffic controller when you're 7 years old. Who doesn't want to do
Birdie
that?
Bird, not
Birdie
Whirly
Bird.
Bird. Sorry about that. That's the name of it. Yeah.
I love that thing.
That thing was great.
I'd play with that now.
Yeah, I would too. And it was like,
me one,
and it was one of
Kathy.
those really dangerous toys too,
Oh,
because
yeah.
it had this completely exposed rotor
Take out an eye.
blade that
Yeah.
would spin around, and if you put it near your face, yeah, you would you'd lose an eye. Nick found the commercial for it on YouTube. That's it, man. God, I played that thing for hours.
It was so much fun.
Yeah. Well,
That's
now,
why we got into aviation.
now I wonder if things like that still exist. If you can still find them.
Things to rip out your eyes?
No.
Oh.
Like toys, vintage toys.
Oh, this
that
was
are
so good.
Still in good condition.
A lot of people don't realize what they're missing out on. Regular helicopter should have that thing attached to them.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Eric real quick here. Eric, good morning.
You guys rock.
Eric, thank you. We appreciate it. What's up, bud?
About the whole gift giving thing, when it gets to the point of, oh, well, what do you want? I don't know, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, look, here are 3 websites I like. Get me a gift card. And if I don't have enough for something, I will add money to it or get another one and get what I want.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like at least I like at least the guide to the website, you know, as opposed to just get me gift cards. It being a little more specific, that helps out.
Yeah, you have to at least give somebody an idea of what you're interested in. This way, it's not like, oh, well, okay, he wants gift cards. He didn't say anything. Let's give him a Home Depot gift card.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's
You know
5.
what I mean? Like, why would you do that? Like, why would you just assume that somebody's going to get you something you want?
That's a good
Tell
point.
them, even if you can't specifically tell somebody what you want, tell them where you want it from. There really, I don't think, is anything wrong with that.
Eric, I think you can cut to the chase by simply saying an Amazon card will cover just about anything you're looking to get. So an Amazon gift card.
You know what? It depends, because there's sites like MNRK heavy, like music sites that might have exclusive stuff or
Right.
See, I have 3 specific sites because I collect a lot of music stuff and collectible stuff. So
Okay.
for stuff like that, you know, Amazon might not have like the double red vinyl 30th or green vinyl 30th anniversary edition of a Typo Negative album. You know what I mean? Like something like
Yeah,
that.
my guess is no.
You guys have a wonderful
All right,
holiday.
Eric, thank
buddy.
you. Okay, I've changed it from golf balls to a gift card for the PGA Superstore.
Ooh,
that
There you
works.
go. And see, doesn't this sound a little more specific and a little more personal?
There you go.
maybe?
But listen, you want what you want. You don't want to waste money, and you know,
Agreed.
and that's what you do. You want your golf balls.
All right. Well, the Hall of Fame toys are they've been inducted: baseball cards, Cabbage Patch Kids, the Fisher Price Corn Popper, and Nerf as well. Oh my God! Hang on.
What?
Marissa found this. Here we go.
Announcing Vertibird, the new electric-powered copter with rotor blades that actually lift it into flight and precision controls that make you the Vertibird's pilot. Use your piloting skills to perform even difficult rescues. Hover into position. You
hover into position.
Got him.
You've got
the Vertibird, the copter it takes you to fly. The Vertibird electric copter comes with space capsule, landing pad, life craft, and astronaut from Mattel.
May lose fingers while playing.
That's right. You're rescuing an astronaut from a boat.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
You rescued the astronaut.
Did we ever find the JFK International Airport?
Yeah, we had
audio. We had that
Voice
at one point.
control, Kennedy Airport. The tower speaks and tells you what to do. Land on runway 4.
And all you're just doing is holding the planes with your hands.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no real magic to it.
It's cardboard crap.
Other than your imagination.
Well, you know what it was? It was that there was a little record player in the control tower.
A record?
A little record, a little plastic-like record, and that would be. So here's the commercial for it up on the.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, and you wore the headset.
Yeah. Made you feel like
but
a
you were
real-
actually hand holding the plane.
Real air traffic controller. Wow.
Fly planes just like adults by holding them by the tail and landing them on the runway.
All right. Well,
Once you scratch the record, it's unusable, and you throw it away. You scream, you cry, and you realize your parents never really loved you.
reality hits you in the face.
Play with this toy while they take a flight away from you and abandon you.
All right, we have to take a break. But thank you for reminiscing with us, dear friends. These special days are coming soon.
I love it.
We're going to take a break. We'll get some bizarre file stories when we get back, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I thought it was going to, like, if I had a $10 bill or something like in that he would...
That's awesome.
Screw you, man. And I mean that lovingly. That's insane, dude. You're crazy. All right, John, we love you, pal. It's good to talk to you. And have a great time in AC.
Yeah, and if you guys want to give away tickets, give them away. Let me know.
All right, that'd be awesome.
All
Yeah.
right, thank you so much.
Love it.
John freaking Dornbos.
Now you're trying to figure out what the hell I had nothing to do with that.
That's freaking me out, man.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was just going to make it. I thought he was just going to say that it was a joke, which it was, and and it was funny.
And then it's in your wallet.
This was in my wallet. I didn't do that.
Sure you didn't.
One of you guys did it.
No.
One of you guys did it.
No.
One of you guys did it.
No.
I'll find out later.
That's magic, man. Wow. Don't if you upgrade to the premium package on Zoom, it comes with magic.
Is that what it comes with? That if you look back to when test tube babies was a very controversial idea, and there was all kinds of uproar against that type of thing, and now fertility stuff is commonplace. I mean, it's exactly
you
what
can get
you do.
powdered mix.
To make babies.
Okay, can they extract semen out of a fully vasectomized nutsack? Can they do that?
Did you just whisper nutsack?
The question in front of the panel today is, can semen be fully extracted from a nutsack?
Excuse me, sir. We couldn't hear you.
What?
Sir? Could you speak up, please?
Can semen be extracted from a fully...
but can it, though? Or
I don't know.
Okay.
All right, so I
Because
have my prostate is out and my seminal vesicles, I guess they're referred to, are
They ain't
removed.
there.
Right.
Mine are still there, right? So I've been vasectomized.
I believe you can still produce a little.
I can.
If you get the attachment.
So here's the deal. Like, they say that you can reverse a vasectomy.
Yes,
It's
you
not
can.
100%. It's not 100%, but they do, all they do is just, reattach or whatever.
Except it comes out your butt.
So, but what that tells me...
If you reverse it fully.
I guess my wife would be way less inclined to make a baby that way.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Science.
All right.
But...
All right, back up to my vagina.
God.
Oh, boy.
The,
Case, it looks like
Sorry, I snorted.
it says you can withdraw sperm from the testicle, but I don't know if that's if that's after the vasectomy.
It has to be, because if it can be reversed, it means I'm still making it.
So you're still making it, but your body absorbs it.
Right, because you've closed the pathway.
Right.
You've closed the egress, as they say.
Right.
Right?
So if you had to bet on the male members of the Preston and Steve show conceiving a baby at this point, where would you put your money? Because Preston and Casey and I have all been had vasectomies.
I'd put my money on Steve.
Steve had prostate cancer and had his prostate removed. So, but
I don't understand your question.
If one of us were forced to have a baby, if we had to keep we had to keep like the population of the earth going.
I would do it.
I would love to have another baby.
Who would have the best chance?
I was wondering, could you help me?
Scientists come to us.
Even though we've had a vasectomy.
Right, yeah. Where's the money on the male members of the Preston and Steve show producing another human being?
Without having a reversal done?
Yeah.
It has
None
happened.
of us, I guess.
But that's what I'm asking about, like with Casey's question. Like, if we took the sperm out of the nutsack,
He's saying who's
the best chance?
Yeah.
Oh, who would be?
It wouldn't be Steve, right?
You guys are the same
Steve
age. I have
doesn't
nothing.
have
His
anymore.
is different
I've got
than what you.
confetti in mine.
You guys can still produce it. Your body's just absorbing it.
Okay, I don't know. That's why
So
I'm
you're
asking.
full
I've had
of
three
sperm,
kids.
Nick.
You've had 3 kids.
Yeah.
Me, so I'd put our money
I got
on
like
us
6 or
over
7
you.
that I don't know about.
Yeah. Wow.
Has Bill hung himself yet, by the way, with this conversation?
I don't know. Did you think about what you were talking about in the bathroom?
I did.
Okay. Casey and I had a conversation in the bathroom.
Did you?
He's like, I think I want to ask you something, but I don't know if I want to ask you on the air or not.
Was it about the Dunkaccino machine?
No, I think we're good on that.
We just shot a video, Marissa and I. And I sort of had to explain why it literally looks like I threw a grenade into the machine.
I saw it. It's pretty nasty.
I ran into Andy in the kitchen, and she was like, I just saw the email that said it was all good to go. She goes, but what happened?
Anyway.
Is it all cleaned up, by the way? It's
I didn't do it. I tried. There were no paper towels. There was no.
Casey keeps stash paper towels if you ever need them.
Yes.
And they have them in the bathroom, too. So I'll grab those. Hold on. Marissa has an update, I guess.
I don't know if it's cleaned up, but it is fixed.
Okay.
All right, excellent.
Matt Calper swung by and
All right.
fixed it.
Oh, that was a fix.
Just call me Mr. Fix It.
I just thought you were just accentuating fixed, but that was a Matt
No
Calper.
reason to stress out.
Yeah. So anyway.
Okay, so this is a judgment call for everybody here. All right? So
if we don't want to talk about this, we'll move on to something else.
We can move on.
We decide this is not worth talking about.
Is it about food, pretzel-like food in Oregon?
It's about food.
He was wrestling with the idea of bringing it up or not. So
All right, go ahead.
So judgment call. So your spouse or girlfriend or boyfriend is asleep. They're napping, right? And you have a hankering to go to Rita's Water Ice,
right?
And okay,
I know. Okay.
I know where you're going with this too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick question: did this happen to you, and did it cause a problem?
This happened to me, and I got the double middle finger.
Okay.
So said spouse woke up.
I had a similar thing happen recently, so I can commiserate. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you wake your spouse up to see if they would like something from Rita's Water Ice?
As they are resting, as they are getting their much-deserved sleep, correct?
Yes. And you know this person.
I can
and
answer immediately when you're done.
You have woken said person up from a peaceful nap before, and it was never a good experience. So, so do you leave them asleep? Okay. So you have a couple options here. You leave them asleep, right? And you don't get them anything from Rita's because for some reason
do you touch their boobies?
Always. For some reason, if you go to any other store, you know exactly what to get them, right? You know how they like their stuff. But for some reason, you don't know what their go-to order at Rita's is.
Wait, you didn't get her anything?
I didn't get her anything.
May I ask you? May I ask you a question?
Yes.
While this debate was going on, did something in the back of your mind go, "She'll never know"?
There might have been that.
That's exactly what it was. You thought that if you ate it quickly enough, the remnants of it would be gone, and she would be none the wiser.
No fuss, no muss.
Know her. You could take it. I'm sure you would have gotten something that she liked.
There was a good chance.
Don't come home with nothing.
There was a good chance that said nap could have turned into a full night's sleep.
Or
you could put it in the freezer.
Diane doesn't like it when Casey spends money on frivolous things, and she would have gotten mad that he spent money on them.
No,
my wife. Well, here's my situation. My wife will take 5-6 hour naps.
Yeah,
So I mean, she is, and I commend her for this.
Yes.
It happened over the weekend. It's the ice cream bakery on Ridge. And they have great soft ice cream, and so I'm getting a damn cone as I pass by. There was not the traditional 80-car line going in, and I'm like, I'm going for it. But I call an audible. Yeah. And I bought her something, and it was a home run. I kind of knew what she wanted. Yeah. But I mean, you do the gesture.
Yeah.
And that buys you. I gave it a shot.
Yeah. My wife just sent me a text. She goes, "You don't have to wake me up. Just buy me my favorite flavor." Now, I'm going to admit, I don't know what your favorite flavor is. Right. Name a store, and I can tell you what she gets from that store.
I believe that.
For some reason, Rita's, I'm like, I don't know what your favorite flavor is there.
Rita's is a sweet spot thing, too. I mean, like that's a very specific, you're omitting somebody from you going there, right? So, and in my household, if I were to do that, that would be the end of the relationship. So I would, Casey, not wake her, though. Right. I would take an educated guess and try and bring something home.
Yes, of course.
I did not do that, and I made a mistake.
Wow.
The educated guess with the purchase will buy you the insurance
At least
you need.
you tried.
Yeah, you tried, yeah.
You didn't even try. Sorry, Marissa.
No, I'm going to throw out this option. Just buy multiple very small ones, even if it's just 2. Say I tried to take a guess, and then if one of those happens to be your favorite flavor, Casey, then you win in the end because you get to enjoy it as well.
And also the gesture.
My story is much more selfish. The Big Top Surfing Sundays came by our house.
Oh yeah.
And Rochelle was taking a nap, and I'm like, I'll just zip out and get a thing, and she'll be asleep, and
she'll never know.
She'll never know. And by the way, ice cream, I don't think keeps as well
Right. I
in a
was just gonna
freezer
say,
as
yes.
as water ice might. So then maybe
Water
that's
ice
a little
definitely does
caveat.
not keep as well in the freezer. Not my
Well,
freezer.
you're right. If it
gets-
stays in there too long, it's I don't like that frozen solid. Yeah,
It
I'm
becomes
not down
like
with
an
that.
ice cube.
Yes.
But in my mind, I was like, she'll never know. She'll never know. And then she knew. And then
And what happened?
She gave me the hard time. She's like, you went without me?
My freaking daughter dined me out, man. I was like,
Oh, dude.
yeah.
I do feel like though, like
The bond of trust has been broken.
Right? And I paid
I'm watching you.
Yeah.
because you know why? Because she probably understood. No, she understood because, and I hate to be like that person, but like a lot of guys are the same when it comes to things like this. Like it's just common sense. Like, why would you have not picked your wife up something? Even if it went in the freezer, even if it became a block of ice, she would have been like, oh, okay, well, he helped me out. It's not great, and I'll go get my own tomorrow or something like that. But like,
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And my house is filled with people. And, you know, I probably should ask my mom if she wanted something, and I didn't. You know,
Why don't you just tell me?
Me and Avery just snuck out. And
oh my God.
I did ask my older daughter. Casey said no, she didn't want anything.
She was like,
She's
no,
the
I'll
one
just
who
tell
dined you
mom.
out.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, every now and then it's okay to do something for just you. All right, I'm gonna back you on this because I was thinking the same thing, man. If I got Rochelle, then I got to ask the kids, and then it's a whole big thing.
I don't have that.
Then I got to wait for these guys to all get their shoes on and come outside and get it. And by the time we get out there, it's gonna be a huge line.
Yes.
I could just zip in and zip right back out and get my little cone and eat it, and I'm a happy man.
May I suggest something though?
You probably shouldn't have had kids.
Right. the kids you can kids you can take off the list, but not the wife. You know what I'm saying?
No, you cannot take your kids off. If
Absolutely.
you are going out to
You're
get
trying
ice
to
cream,
teach them
a thing that a child would
don't
love.
eat that food. Eat vegetables.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go get ice cream, but you're gonna stay home, and I'm not gonna get any for you.
Well,
Exactly.
I got the double middle finger last night, okay?
That's pretty harsh.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, she's
Jokingly.
jokingly, but
All right.
you know, still there was intent, and so what I'm saying is,
Were your lips discolored from the Rita's water ice?
no,
That's how you got busted?
What are you talking about?
dude, I went,
Why are your lips blue?
I went with like flesh colored. I was like,
You got
she'll
lemon?
never know. I got lemon.
Yeah.
Do you have any flesh-colored ices?
By the way, my new favorite flavor is they have a Florida orange. They didn't have Florida orange last night, but they did have an orange cream. So I went lemon on top, orange cream on the bottom.
You thought about that? You thought about your mouth being discolored?
No, it's just my favorite flavor. The lemon is
That would be the best. So he's got these big, bright purple lips.
What are you talking about? No, I'm just really cold.
No, I just missed Prince.
Listen, if you're going to give me the double middle finger, then you have to make sure that you every time you get something somewhere, you either text me or surprise me with something,
here's
and
what I
that is
did.
never the case.
So I could have gotten the sundae that she likes, but I got the ribbon soft chocolate and vanilla ice cream, and I also you do things to buy yourself a little insurance.
Yeah,
I got her a quart of it so that she could.
I failed.
Yeah,
I failed. I definitely failed. Okay, I failed. What's your flavor? What's your favorite flavor? I don't know what your favorite flavor is.
Did she ever tell you?
No, let's see if she.
You need to know now for your.
This is actively happening right now.
Yeah, it's
okay. He's
all right.
checking his text messages.
It does not indicate. Now, what would I?
Do you guys all know do you know your roster of favorite menu items for your significant other?
I mean, give me a store and I'll tell you.
When it comes to
I know something that I could get that she'd like.
Yeah.
I don't
Right.
know,
Yeah,
maybe not her favorite, but yeah.
Right.
Like
what were you
if,
gonna say?
No, just when it comes to desserts, I know my business. You know,
Okay, yeah, likewise.
that's important. And if I were to swing by an ice cream store and not get her something or a Rita's or whatever, I would know what to get. Yeah, I like if I'm ordering takeout, it's more of a guessing game.
I'm actually my ability to call an audible is quite sensational.
On desserts,
And now, mind you, I'm not dealing with kids. I'm dealing with one person I can focus in on.
yeah.
So with everything. However, we'll do this thing, and I'll be going out to to get milk from the Wawa. So you want anything? And she'll look at me and she'll do this thing we do. She'll go, why don't you surprise me?
Oh.
And I always nail it.
Steve, I could get you dessert.
Yes, you know. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if Steve was like, "Oh yeah, I'll take dessert," like I would know what to get him.
Right.
Chocolate chip cookie.
Chocolate chip cookies, brownies, dark
Chocolate
dark
ice cream.
chocolate.
Yes, there
No
you go.
whipped cream.
No whipped cream.
You can give me anything. I'll eat it.
Yeah, you're more of because you like to try
I like the
stuff.
sandwich.
But your favorite recent is the
pistachios is my favorite
That's now
flavor.
at the
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Hi, it's brought to you by Horizon Services, here to warm up your holidays with $50 off any heating repair. And in the event that your system can't be repaired, Horizon can replace your system as soon as the next day. Visit horizonservices.com. A bear in Poland's Carpathian Mountains mauled an eco-activist who was trying to prove that the animal's den was abandoned due to logging.
I guess you were wrong.
The man of German nationality was airlifted to hospital. The hospital following the attack and was said to be in a serious but stable condition. The activist had traveled to the bear's den along with another activist from the Wild Carpathians initiative to check if the area had been affected by logging.
Did you not see that my TV was on?
The pair had expected the lair to be empty, but the animal pursued them through the woods. The activist stumbled and fell before being mauled.
What you fellas doing?
Footage of the bear emerging to attack was captured by a camera set up to monitor the lair.
Could you imagine?
No.
I'll just take it on word that the cave is empty.
The Wild Carpathians initiative admitted their activists shouldn't have disturbed the mammal, which was getting ready for hibernation.
Send an email first.
The spokesman said that there had been an attack on a forester in the same location last year. Despite that, the Forestry Service failed to prevent further deforestation there. So oops.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right, an Iowa man pleasured himself just outside of a come-and-go store.
Did he use mayonnaise?
And then departed for his nearby apartment. According to police, victims called 911 to report that an unknown male had said sexual things to them and began to pleasure himself in their presence.
He was just following the sign.
This was at the convenience store, Come and Go. Officers identified Kenneth Lee Kelly as a suspect.
I did.
They contacted at home, and Kelly denied that he was the individual captured on surveillance video. Kelly, however, confirmed, quote, that he did have clothing that matched the video that they showed.
Oh, okay.
Police said there was a hat that was an identical match to the one worn by the suspect during the deed.
Yeah, I came and I went, but I wasn't this guy.
Additionally, a photo lineup was conducted, and victims independently identified Kelly as the 12:30 a.m. come-and-go self-pleasurer.
You're a liar.
He was arrested and booked into jail for indecent exposure. So, yep, he thought he got away with it. Nope. An American Airlines passenger. This will let you know if you're going to be bad on an airline, these are the consequences. An American Airlines passenger has been ordered to pay nearly $40,000 after causing a major disruption on a flight and forcing it to be diverted. 29-year-old Kayla Ferris from Hawaii was sentenced last week by a U.S. judge just over 3.5 months in prison as well, followed by 3 years of supervised release, and is expected to pay $40,000 in restitution for costs related to delays caused by her behavior.
What'd she do?
She's guilty of interference with a crew member. They weren't too specific about it. Ferris boarded an American Airlines flight from Phoenix to Honolulu. While on the flight, she threatened flight crew members and other passengers and swore at them. The flight staff were unable to continue with their duties because of Ferris's actions, and the plane had to return to Phoenix. For other passengers, this caused several flights to be rerouted to Hawaii. The case was investigated by the FBI, but yeah, they're going to stick you with a a sentence and a big fine as well. So,
I'd be curious how crazy she got.
Yeah. Patrons of a Japanese steakhouse in Florida are suing the establishment after they say they ate food containing methamphetamine. Jordan Gray and her husband, Brandon, and also Matthew Gilly have sued the Nikko Japanese Steakhouse and Sushi Bar. According to the complaint, they were three of several diners who were poisoned after eating at Nikko's, where they were seated at a hibachi table. Plaintiffs began to experience rising heart rate, increased sweating, rapid speech, racing thoughts, dizziness, nausea, excess energy, inability to sleep, vomiting, paranoia, fear, and or anxiety.
That's an unpleasant meal.
Yeah. They went to the emergency room where they were tested for intoxicants. Jordan Gray said that she and her husband encountered the family seated at the same table at the restaurant, and they were also sick.
Could you imagine?
No, the sheriff's office tested some of the plaintiff's leftovers and found the food was positive for methamphetamine. Gilly said his heart rate spiked at nearly 200. He said, I was horrified at what that meant. An investigation by the sheriff's office into the drugging was closed due to a lack
It was gluten-free, though.
It was closed due to a lack of evidence. Investigators were unable to determine whether anyone associated with the restaurant put the drugs in the food, and reports that an employee may have accidentally tainted the food could not be confirmed. So they are going with a lawsuit instead.
Are we to believe that meth is the new big thing in Japanese cuisine?
It may be.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can't really say. All right, and then we'll end with this one. This is a good story. UK Athletics banned an ultra marathoner from racing for 12 months after she admitting to riding in a car during a race earlier this year.
I don't know the rules, but that seems like cheating.
Josiah Zakrevsky admitted to riding in a car during a part of the Manchester to Liverpool Ultra on April 7th.
I only did 8 miles.
Zarkevsky did not comply with the UKA disciplinary rules code of conduct for senior athletes.
It is implied that you actually run it, right?
The panel banned her from participating in any licensed races for a year. So she said she was not in the proper mindset the day of the 50-mile race.
Just not into racing today.
Causing her to act improperly and collect a third-place trophy. She said, I accept my actions on the day that I did travel in a car and then later completed the run, crossing the finish line and inappropriately receiving a medal or trophy.
I didn't win.
Which I did not return immediately as I should have done. She said that she told marshals that she had been in her friend's car and that when encouraged to finish the race, she said she would do so non-competitively.
Okay.
But
and she told her friend who was driving not to speed.
But event marshals disputed this account, saying that she told them that she was injured and discussed pulling out of the race, but had been encouraged to continue. The marshals also said she never informed that she rode in a car. Little detail there.
Yeah. That's probably a big detail.
She did not fully admit to what she had done until she was pressed by a race organizer. She said she was embarrassed, but chose not to disclose what had happened rather than, quote, embarrass herself over that.
It was a NASCAR too, Preston.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Hey, real quick, again, I want to congratulate our winner of the Preston and Steve Dorm Decor TikTok Tour, which is presented by our friends at College Ave Student Loans. And our winner was Jade Michalowski.
Yes.
From Levittown, and is a freshman at Juniata College in Huntington, PA, studying environmental engineering. And we're giving her $1,000 courtesy of College Ave Student Loans.
Imagine.
A better way to pay for college.
Yeah, I love what they're doing, but you can imagine, so they put up this $1,000. Could you imagine you have a dorm and you have $1,000 to go crazy with?
I love that. So congratulations, and thank you to everybody who entered that contest. We're going to take a break. When we get back, some stuff to give away with a lesson question. We'll also get a trash and music news.
Preston and Steve on 93.
In fact, I bought some pistachio gelati.
Yeah.
Gelato, I guess I should say. Last night.
Dessert-wise, you know what's become a little bit overrated is that chocolate lava cake.
Oh, but it's so
Has
good.
become
Why is it overrated?
I was
Delicious.
just talking to my wife. I said, is there any situation in which chocolate lava cake is not applicable?
You seen the movie Chef?
Yeah.
When he wigs out on the chocolate lava cake.
Yeah. What is it? What's he say? Because it's in the middle.
It's a chocolate ganache.
It's
frozen.
Yeah.
It's frozen, and you cook it, and that's how it becomes molten in the middle.
He's just this critic doesn't understand how it's made, and he's just wigging out, and he's like, "There's more to it than you think." But yeah, chocolate lava.
A lot of places
pretty
won't let
damn
you
good.
do takeout chocolate
lava cake.
Because it's not going to port well.
Yeah. Right. I can't turn away a bread pudding if I'm out to dinner and that is on the dessert menu. I have to.
So you know, the Desmond has, it's won Philly's best for their bread pudding, and it is sensational. I know a little bit of the secret of their bread pudding.
Oh,
hot dog rolls.
Hot dog rolls. You know what else? Those Hawaiian rolls.
Yes,
King's Hawaiian. Those ones are really good.
Yep.
And the best dessert I've had in the last couple of years is actually they had
any dessert you don't have to get for your wife.
That one.
All right, I have an actual Kardashian roundup.
Oh, all right.
I got like 3 Kardashian stories here. So.
Think of it as one group flush.
Okay, Kardashian roundup. Here we go.
All right, we're going to round them up for you.
I'm Robert Mitchum, and this is Kardashian Roundup.
Kim shared an amazing throwback video featuring her, Khloe, and Kourtney auditioning for Star Search.
Oh, it was amazing.
Did you see it?
I did.
I've not seen it.
Okay, for what, spokesmodel?
They lip synced Tiffany's I Think We're Alone Now while wearing matching metallic outfits chosen by Kris Jenner.
Not much has changed because they're still pretending to have talent.
And they were little kids when they did this.
Okay.
She wrote on Instagram, our Star Search audition. Clearly, we didn't get 4 stars, but Kris Jenner did for our outfits. The family matriarch commented on the post and wrote, "Those were the days when I got to dress you guys. I knew I should have been a stylist."
I thought, seeing this video that we're watching, I thought that was Ed McMahon, but it was Chloe.
Speaking of Chloe, she celebrated hitting a social media milestone yesterday, or on Wednesday. She added a photo of herself topless.
What?
In honor of her 178 million Instagram followers.
Okay.
Is that a milestone, 178 million?
No, it's just a reason to drop your top.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right? That was just the excuse for the photo.
It's kind of an arbitrary number, isn't it?
It's not topless.
Yeah, in the photo, well, her hair is covering
It
her
is
boobs.
topless.
She's not wearing a top, but her top is covered.
Yeah.
I think is what Casey
She is sans top.
With
She is
fake
topless,
hair.
but
And
her
it's-
boobs aren't out.
It's covered with fake hair.
Man, I'm looking at these pictures. They just don't look real.
It's so
just don't look real.
And I do not find this cosmetic surgery look in any way attractive.
Yeah.
I think there are a group of people that do, though.
They do, yes.
And I think it's people who all get plastic surgery and I guess understand it or understand why she wants to get it.
Yeah, body dysmorphia group.
Whatever that commercial is, Steve, that we see on TV with her in it, like she looks like she can't even really move.
Eating popcorn.
You what?
I got to hear my daughter eating popcorn.
You're here with your daughter eating popcorn.
Yeah. And like it just looks so awkward. Like she's like hugging and playing with her daughter, but it's like her face.
Don't touch the face!
Yeah, her face doesn't move.
Don't touch the face!
It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Wait, excuse me, Chloe. You got a little schmutz here on
Don't touch! Don't touch! Let it fall off. Let it dry up and fall off.
Don't touch. Don't touch. It might cave in.
Don't touch! Don't touch! Close the windows.
Close the window.
Mommy, you got a little something on your lip.
No! No! What did I tell you? I said don't touch mommy's face. Don't touch mommy's face. Don't touch mommy's face.
In the photo, Chloe is.
Don't even look at mommy's face. I don't know, the eye beams or something. I don't know.
Eye beams?
I don't know. Maybe there's radiation. I don't know. I'm not willing to take the risk.
I want to remind you that our Love You Help You line is available for your convenience should you be looking to, if you're looking to get a little boost to a business. It's something we've still, we're continuing, even though things have gotten a little bit more back to normal. But,
yeah, but
they're going back as well, you know.
There's a big conundrum out there, and if I can take this opportunity, Preston, just to give you an idea of what we're looking for, what people are looking for, our friend JP, who used to own the Ugly Moose in Manioc, now owns a place called the Bagataway Tavern in Conshohocken. Listen to what he's looking for. He needs a GM, kitchen manager, servers, bartenders, barbacks, experienced chefs. He's a great guy, great boss, and all those positions are available, and he needs help. He said he's finding it hard, to keep things running. Right. And that's the issue. So if you're looking for work, time has never been better. He actually says you can call him on his phone, his actual phone, which is 484-988-0942. The great place in Conshohocken. But again, if you have a business and you're looking for assistance, anything to help you get up and running. As you said, President, it's eased up a little bit, and hopefully we keep going in a good direction.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, it's wanted signs all over the place.
Wait, did he buy that from the owners, or was he always the owner?
He was always
of
a
that?
co-owner, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's always been associated with that. The Ugly Moose sadly no longer exists.
Yeah, that was a great place.
It was great.
I
We
loved
loved
it there.
That was a cool place.
Yeah.
Let's try and forget about the moose for a moment.
Forget about the moose.
We need.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Ugly Moose! Ugly Moose!
I really enjoy the intro to the Moose clip.
All the mooses are waiting for you.
Hey, which button was that?
It was pink then green.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you forget the moose?
That's
for a moment. Why don't you forget the moose? For a moment.
We need that needs to be a set clip.
That's great.
Yep, we'll have to do that.
Man, this is one of the best shows we've ever had.
And A moose charged a runner. Kid you not.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
A moose charged a runner and left him with a hoof print shaped cut on the back of his head.
Oh, that's awful.
Colorado officials
That's just
said.
something to remember me by.
Yeah. The New Mexico man was running on a trail with his two dogs Wednesday when they encountered a moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The runner was on a trail. The dogs were off leash about 50 feet in front of the man during the run. They suddenly bolted back toward the man. He stopped and saw the bull moose at about 50 feet. At that point, the dogs ran past him and left the scene. Yeah, they're out, dude.
Yeah.
They're checking out.
You had a story, was it earlier this week or last week, about a woman being, stomped?
Yep, exactly. The man took 2 steps towards the moose to see it better, and that caused it to charge towards the man.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The moose attacked the runner, giving him minor injuries, and he was taken to the hospital and released the same day. The sheriff said he was very lucky that his only injury is a hoof print shaped laceration on the back of his head.
You bet your ass.
Moose attacks in Colorado are increasing. They are protective animals and will defend their territory and young. Now, I had a moose question earlier this morning, trivia question for the Super question, and did not know that they're solitary, so they do not have herds of moose.
That's why a lot of them are writers.
They live a lonely existence. And
Oh, that's sad.
Once their offspring are about 18 months old, the cow, the mom, will shun them, like push them away. Yeah, exactly.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
That's essentially what they do, and then they just kind of roam all alone. MMR rocks with some Smashing Pumpkins Bullet with Butterfly Wings. 18 minutes after 10. And the Preston and Steve show back in our studios. Nice looking day today. Supposed to have clouds become a little bit more prevalent, but the high about 48. Coolest day of the week as far as temperatures go. Tomorrow, 50, but we do have some rain to contend with, supposedly in the afternoon. Wednesday looks great, 58 degrees and clouds. But Thursday for Thanksgiving, partly cloudy, 53. That's very doable for Christmas Day.
That ain't no thing. I love that. In fact, a little bit of chill is just a little bit.
Yeah.
Especially like for the parade.
Yeah. Makes it
feel right.
Seem right, yeah. Lesson question for today. We're giving away a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Tom Segura. That's on Friday, February 2nd at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And the question that I'll ask is this, where does Steve keep his extra crankshafts and rod bearings? 215-263 WMMR. Do you know, where does Steve keep his extra crankshafts and rod bearings? In what? 215-263 WMMR. Should say in a what? Let's see if you know the answer. Call and we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Sports and Social. Experience the ultimate football party at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. Cheer on the Birds with ticket giveaways and signed merch. Halftime contest, Bud Light Towers, free concessions, snacks, and face painting and more. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, 100-plus degree heat had Taylor Swift seemingly gasping for air during her concert in Brazil Saturday night. At one point in the concert, Swift actually had to remove her thigh-high boots to empty out the ass sweat.
Wow.
That's a lot.
God.
As with Creed 3, Sylvester Stallone will not be appearing in Creed 4 as his battle with producer Erwin Winkler rages on. At issue is Winkler's confusion over Stallone's asking price, which he has put at like $1 billion. There you go. And finally, Hulk Hogan's son Nick Hogan was arrested for DUI, ending up in a Clearwater, Florida jail cell early Saturday morning. Hogan reportedly refused to submit to a sobriety test, claiming he, quote, had no time to study. That's your Hollywood.
All right, going to the phones. Let's see if someone knows the answer to this question. Where does Steve keep his extra crankshafts and rod bearings? 215-263 WMMR. We'll go to Ryan to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Ryan, morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, where does Steve keep his extra crankshafts and rod bearings?
Is it a basket?
There's a basket there. Yeah.
That's where you keep it all.
Hang on, Ryan. We're going to set you up with a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Tom Segura. That's on Friday, February 2nd, Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. Tickets for both the February 2nd and 3rd shows are available now at Hard Rock Hotel AtlanticCity.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Can you dig it?
All right, brought to you by Zane Western Apparel. Save on Black Friday sales all month long at Zane Western Apparel and work gear in Piles Grove, New Jersey. Online at zanewestern.com. Doors open at 7 on Black Friday. Zubba Zubba Zane. That's not part of the ad.
No,
I
it should be, though.
Threw that in there for you. All right, so the 2023 Billboard Music Awards, which are based on year-end performance metrics on the Billboard charts, were presented last night in a totally digital event. Instead of a traditional live stream, producers filmed the performances and acceptance speeches separately in a variety of locations and then released them via clips on social media channels. I didn't see it.
No, and it shows how wrapped up people are in this, which is not at all.
Taylor Swift was the most nominated artist going into the night and ended up winning in 10 of the 20 categories she was nominated in, including top artist. But she wasn't the top winner overall. That was Morgan Wallen, who collected an impressive 10 trophies to lead the field for country artists.
So there's no suspense here. They know by the already existing data who's winning, right?
Yeah.
So there you go.
So Drake dominated in rap with 5 wins. SZA racked up 4 wins in the R&B categories. 21 Savage, Bad Bunny, Beyonce, and Miley Cyrus all scored 3 wins each.
How did D's Nuts do?
D's Nuts was a no-show. The top rock artist went to Zach Bryan. The top rock duo/group went to Arctic Monkeys. And the top rock touring artist was Coldplay.
I'm sorry, Zach Bryan won top rock?
I guess, yeah. I mean, because it's got a rock flavor to it. I guess he was added into the rock category. I'm not really sure, Case, but yeah, I saw this.
Jonathan Taylor Thomas also won.
Listen, rock has gotten hosed at these award ceremonies for years now. They are very out of touch as to what rock music is now.
Yep.
There are a lot of great bands that could easily go to and be in these categories. The people that are at the top don't know what the F they're doing. That's all there is to it, in my humble opinion.
It stinks.
It stinks. That's right. Quote Rocky.
That's right, it stinks.
It's lame.
Coming back from Vietnam. Don't even know what category you were voting for.
Yeah.
It's called Baby Killers.
That's the name of the band?
Zachary Bryan waiting for rock. Are you kidding me?
Baby Killers. Sure.
Baby Killers?
Yeah.
Arctic Monkeys? What?
Following the release of the Rolling Stones album Hacking Diamonds, they've released a remix of their single, Mess It Up. The new dance version was remixed by Grammy Award-winning artist Purple Disco Machine. And they won Best Rock Ensemble, by the way. No. Hackney Diamonds.
Best heavy metal.
Yeah, Purple Disco Machine.
Yeah. Air Supply for heavy metal.
Has topped the charts in... Hang on.
You get a little teary-eyed when you bring
No,
up
I'm
this,
not getting
this category.
teary-eyed. It's an eyelash.
I really think it's a wonderful category.
It actually tickled my eye a little, which is weird. The album is charted and hit top the charts in 19 countries, making it the biggest selling release of the week overall, all over the world. My God, I'm hitting a brick wall.
Yes.
I got hit by a wave of tired in the last commercial break, and I'm canceling our meeting. President Steve Show meeting is canceled.
Would you like Kathy to sing you a lullaby?
No, I'll fall asleep, man.
That's a good idea, though. Cancel the meeting.
It is a good idea, isn't it? Yes.
I'll make you some more milk.
Kurt Cobain's Sky Stang 1 guitar sold at auction for $1.5 million.
Wow.
Yeah, the new owner bid by phone during a Julien's auction held at Nashville's Hard Rock Cafe. The late rocker
I'd like to play the guitar.
played the instrument his final show with Nirvana on the In Utero tour.
What if Gary's secretly like a multimillionaire?
We do need another Gary Lauer wellness check.
Did make his way out to the camp out.
Yeah.
I was in Austria.
By the way, a friend of mine owns one of Kurt's guitars.
Does he?
Yeah.
How much did he pay?
I didn't ask.
Okay.
But
you should go through his checkbook and find out.
A lot, I would imagine. The blue left-handed Fender Mustang electric guitar is the most documented of all of Cobain's collection, and it was previously owned by his brother Chad Cobain.
The classic guitar of all rock would be what? Would it be
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein. Van Halen's Frankenstein, right?
Yeah, Frankenstein or maybe, Jimmy's white Stratocaster. Yeah, I would think so. But those are two of the big biggies right there. But the one that you would look at and go, you know whose guitar that is? That's
Van
Eddie's.
Halen, yeah.
Yeah, that would be Eddie's, I would think. So this wasn't the only article to bring in over $1 million. Eric Clapton's iconic guitar named The Fool sold for $1.27 million at auction. And then finally, I mentioned this because we've had him here in the studio before. Mr. Big, the band, the leader of that band was the guitarist, Paul Gilbert. You remember he came and played here.
Yeah.
Lead singer Eric Martin says that the band is deep into writing their next album. He said, I've been going back and forth to Portland, where our guitarist Paul Gilbert lives, and we've been writing and recording everything. And so far, I want to say we have 10 or 13 songs. There was no mention of a possible release date. The band has been on their final world tour this year. They've been performing it in its entirety, or have been, the 1991 platinum-selling breakthrough album, Lean Into It. I thought I would mention that.
Any word on new stuff from Mr. Mister?
No.
Yeah.
I've not seen anything about Mr. Mister.
I love that song, man. That's my jam.
I actually saw him, the singer and bass player. He was the bass player and in Ringo Starr's All-Star Band when we went to see them at the Tower Theater. And he did Kyrie Lay.
Did he?
And he did Broken Wings. And it was awesome.
Yeah.
We loved it,
I love
man.
Broken
Like
Wings.
every second of it, we loved it, man. Yeah, we totally got into it. So, all right, there you go. That's what I have in music news. All right, we'll break.
Sleepy time?
We'll come back. We'll take a little sleepy time. We'll get to our letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize with Pierre, and then we'll hand it over to him. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. They are happy.
I guess. I mean, could be happy alone. I don't know. It just seems sad to not have any family or friends.
All right, how about this?
Poor things.
Police.
One is the loneliest number that you ever moosed.
So we'll go through some stories here for you, starting with Zoe Kravitz and Channing Tatum. They are officially a couple.
Yeah!
Us Weekly has confirmed it. This comes after weeks of rumors. A source exclusively tells us of the actors Channing and Zoe are dating. They connected while working on their upcoming film, Pussy Island.
Pussy Island.
Yes.
Yes. Which is, we have yet to determine what Pussy Island is about.
Nope.
We assume it's an island that looks like a large vagina.
No, it might be cats.
Oh, that's true. Yes, cats, of course. So this is perfect timing because just by happenstance over the weekend, I watched the second Magic Mike movie. And Nick, you said you saw that.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't quite get it, but and I'm not sure what exactly I watched. I felt like I went to the whole movie is basically a male dance review.
You're not sure if it's a movie.
It seems like there's really nothing there.
Yeah.
Other
There's
than
no story. It's just the show.
a lot of sitting around talking, and then a lot of pelvic thrusting into women's faces, and big presentations. And I can't say that I hated it.
I went with two women, and they loved it. So we all left the theater in a good mood because they were in a great mood. So why not? A little eye candy.
There's stuff, Nick, and you'll agree to this, that Channing Tatum does to these women, like Preston standing on the chair, thrusting, flipping around. You would F someone in half if that's the way you approach sex.
Speaking of Channing Tatum, totally different than the movie. What was it that you just mentioned? Magic Mike 2.
Yes.
My daughter turned me on to a movie that Channing Tatum is in, and it's called The Book of Life. I had never seen it. It's an animated movie, and it's great. And he voices one of the main characters.
He's really talented. He's good.
Guillermo del Toro produced it, and it's really, really well done, but I had never seen it. It's no Pussy Island.
I was so intrigued by Pussy Island. If anyone has any idea what it's about.
It might be cats, man, because you know some of those island nations. Remember when we were on Anguilla or St. Martin? It was overrun with cats.
Yeah.
They're all over the place. So it very well could be that. I don't know.
Yeah, when I was in St. Lucia,
near the Butthole Islands,
they had these little I mean, at the resort that we were at, they had a bunch of different
Butthole
restaurants. A bunch of different restaurants, and there were definitely cats at the restaurants.
Yeah.
You know, not our maitre d's.
No,
but,
Case,
yeah.
for the longest time, so you're familiar with Dirty Dancing, obviously, the Catskills. If you ever went up to a resort in upstate New York, around the restaurant, in the actual place where you were eating, cats were walking because they were there to take care of the mice problem.
Yeah,
And so,
I'd rather have cats than mice and rats.
Here's the conceit of Pussy Island. Frida, who is Kravitz, is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King, who's Channing Tatum.
Slater King, that sounds like a name.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island, she is ready for a journey of a lifetime. Despite the epic setting, beautiful people, ever-flowing champagne, and late-night dance parties, Frida can sense that there's more to this island than meets the eye, something she can't quite put her finger on.
On. Steve.
I can't put my finger in it.
On it.
Oh, on it.
On it.
You still have it wrong.
But it says it's something terrifying.
I'm sure it is.
Those are the last
You remember the first time?
It was a little scary.
Wait a second. I'm up to my wrist.
What am I doing here?
I'm up to my elbow.
A little scary that first time. Succulent.
I handle my succulent.
Yes. That's the main reason I brought this up. I was hoping that
Matthew would join.
All about the succulents.
Not watering enough.
My index fingers around my nipples.
Oh my God. And that wet ass succulent.
Wet ass succulent.
Interesting.
You had me at wet ass.
I know.
On the Hallmark Channel tonight.
Wet
ass succulent. I inherited my grandmother's succulent shop. And here comes Brick Laser, the new man in town.
Brick Laser?
His child died of some disease. I don't know. I didn't ever know the kid. It doesn't matter. And he helps me with my succulents.
With the flashlight thing, an easier way, if you are doing some work and you need to use it and your hands are full and something like that, you can ask Siri to turn it on and off for you if you want to.
No.
You don't
What,
have
the
to.
flashlight?
Yeah.
Show me.
I'll show you.
Stop it.
Yeah. Hey,
Get out of here.
I'm talking to Siri, will you, please? Hey, Siri, turn on the flashlight. Here you go. You ready?
Oh my.
Did mine go on?
Hey,
Mind
Siri, turn the
blown.
flashlight off. Yeah. There you go.
Oh,
It's on.
wow.
So if your hands are full, you can use it, or if it's sitting
Love
in a
it.
position where you need it on or off at certain times, you can just use that hands-free function.
Dude, thank you so
I didn't know
much.
that. I came across some, Siri tricks that you can do online. I was like, well,
You didn't
son
know.
of a bitch.
I knew that when I was 12.
A historic milestone has been reached by writer-director Nia DaCosta. She is the first black female director to have a film debut in the #1 spot in the U.S. box office with Candyman.
Nice.
She co-wrote the sequel to the original 1992 horror film with Jordan Peele, casting all black leads and addressing elements of racism throughout the film. The movie is also the second highest grossing 3-day opening for a black female director, right behind Ava DuVernay for A Wrinkle in Time. Candyman is currently in theaters.
I saw a tweet that was really funny about Candyman, and it's true. It's like Candyman he's a reasonable person. Just don't say his name, and he'll stay out of your life.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that.
Say it
Like,
a couple
he's
times.
there.
You got to say it 5 times in front of a mirror. Otherwise, he'll leave you the F alone.
He's just minding his own business.
Just being all Candyman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you say his name, and then why? Now I got.
Well, you wanted me.
But why does that bother him so much?
Well, I don't know.
Well, he's got issues. I mean, he's
he
not
says,
innocent.
keep my name out your mouth. Is
Yeah.
What he said.
That's basically it, man.
So, but if I were to say your name 5 times, you wouldn't come and kill me.
No,
Well, it depends
he
on
would
how
give
you
you a
say
kiss
it.
on the forehead.
Yeah.
That's right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say my name 5
Casey
times.
boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy. I think I said 5 times. I just got a kiss on the forehead. That was nice.
You guys are so weird.
Say my name 5 times.
A different kind of thing.
That would be the worst horror movie ever.
This is not scary.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy,
Said
I
this
guess.
guy's name in the bathroom mirror, and it came out and kissed my forehead.
I don't understand.
I was sitting here minding my own business. And then you
I
summoned
did it.
me to kiss your
I went and
forehead.
did it.
Keep my name out your mouth.
Well, that kind of made my day. You know, it honestly did. So thanks, pal. I appreciate
I was just relaying the legend.
But right now, it's
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Where you at?
all right. So yesterday, how did this even come up? I forgot.
Well, Steve sang his jingle, and then you guys commented
right.
on Peter Pan,
Yeah,
and I said Peter Pan is an inferior peanut butter, and Preston, you took umbrage with
I
that
took
statement.
offense to that.
Yes, which you grew up on it.
Yeah, I grew up in a Peter Pan household.
Yeah, and so Casey and I were defending the honor of Jif, and I said that Jif is my favorite, although we'll see if that's actually true.
And then I said, well, at least we can all agree that Skippy sucks. And then Kathy jumped in, so we all took sides.
But here's
Steve, do you take a side at all?
Yes, I agreed. I agreed with Kathy. Kathy is her pirate name. Yeah. I also, believe it or not, I think Peter Pan has merit.
Okay.
So
all right.
I'm kind of Switzerland in this because I think everything has merit.
Here's the thing for me. I think I'll definitely be able to identify the Skippy, but I honestly don't eat any other peanut butter but that, so I don't know if I'll be able to decipher between Peter Pan and Jif.
I don't think I've ever had Peter Pan.
So, all right. So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to see, A, if you can identify what it is.
Right. Okay.
And B, rank which you think is the best one.
So we have.
I think all peanut butter's great.
Yeah.
I do too. I'm a big. I can't ever remember saying, "Oh, that's terrible peanut butter."
Except maybe some of the natural ones. If you're really in the mood for the super sweet peanut butter, it can be a minor letdown. But I do like those too.
And by the way, the 3 spoons that we have here, fortunately, only equal like 1,000 calories.
Oh my God. Weather looks like it's going to cooperate a little bit. Might have to contend with some rain tomorrow, but after that, we're looking pretty solid. Which is great because the guest we had on today is hoping for a wonderful Thursday weather-wise. I would like to thank Alicia Vitarelli from 6ABC for stopping by. She is a part of the Thanksgiving Day live broadcast, which they do, obviously, here in our fair city. It's their parade. They run it. It's amazing. Them and Duncan brings it, too.
She's going to be on the Duncan float.
Yeah, so she's first time ever will be appearing on a float during the duration of the parade. So she's excited about that. It was nice to have her by this morning.
I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I've never been on a float before.
Yeah.
Never in my life have I been on a parade float.
Never in the haunted horror ride or anything like that?
No.
Right?
We weren't, no. And the only time I was in parades as a member of a marching band, I did that for years.
Okay.
And then I told you guys I was a grand marshal of the Souderton area holiday parade, but I was like a beauty queen.
Yes.
I was like the homecoming queen.
Right, with the convertible?
Yeah, sitting in a convertible. It was nice and everything, but being on a float seems like it'd be kind of fun. You know, it's a little more activity.
I like when they stop and then the lip syncing begins for the song.
Yeah. So anyhow, it was nice to have Alicia on. And we thank her for being here. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
Good day, my children.
Nice to see you in a different setting today.
Where's the tent?
Yeah, exactly. And the lighting's different in here,
The
too.
lighting seems to be different.
Yeah.
And where's the pavement?
Yes.
The parking lot.
We walk on pavement all week long.
Yeah. I miss it. Well, you're tired. You need to go home. There's no meeting today.
Oh,
no, there is, oddly enough.
I wish there wasn't.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? We didn't do much in the way of recapping Camp Out, but you had noted this on air, Pierre, because I was listening to your show on my way home. But the immediacy at them breaking that thing down. Wow. I mean, like an army of people came out of the woodworks and started ripping stuff down immediately.
There was a lot of people there to begin with.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, who are all these extra new people?
And where were they?
And where were they the whole time? And very much like, when you see a concert, even an elaborate concert set up production-wise, the second it's over, you see all the ants coming out on the stage if you stay in the arena a little bit longer, which I tend to do. And all of a sudden everyone seems to know what they're doing, and all of a sudden it just starts breaking down.
Yeah.
I got a text from my friend Megan. She works for the Flyers, and Pierre, as they were erecting the tent the week before, she was sending me pictures as it was going up at 4:01 on Friday afternoon. It was all but down. She sent me a photo of the parking lot. Yeah, and they were just people that just came out of nowhere and started like all the electrical work and sides and top and bottom. They were gone fast.
Those guys are amazing.
They really are.
The union guys and all the other guys who come down and I mean, work. Obviously, they believe in the cause and they're going above and beyond. But it's almost incomprehensible that they could dismantle that the way they do as quickly as they do.
Well, and that plus it was done at 401, but Rodney still wasn't done, and his band of merry men. Yeah. And on top of all that, later that evening, he was inducted, as you guys had mentioned, into the Broadcast Pioneers Hall of Fame with Rhonda and Debbie Calton and David Dye and some legendary Philly figures, Tom LeMaine, the legendary weatherman. And so I went to that ceremony, and I'm thinking Rodney's never going to make it because he was on fumes.
Yeah.
He was running on fumes, and there he was in his tuxedo. And he went up on stage and made a lovely little thank you speech and acknowledged. And then Brian from Chorus Photography was there taking some photos. And Brian is great. He goes, oh, my God. He grabs his camera and starts running to the soundboard. There was a problem at the soundboard, and Rodney goes over to attempt to fix it.
Of course he did.
That's Rodney for you, man. Unbelievable.
I mean, just
At his own
unbelievable.
induction
At his
ceremony.
own induction ceremony.
I got this.
I think that may be that photo we're looking at now, one of them. But he runs over there, and he's fiddling with it, and I'm going, holy S. And Brian, being the brilliant photographer that he is, one of the best we've ever had, actually, here, he captured it perfectly. And, you know, this is so amazing, the fact that he made it through that whole ceremony.
Sure. I mean, we were all dragging like hell, and the fact that he went and did that is amazing.
Yeah, pretty cool.
But well-deserved.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Most definitely. All right, I guess we should do the letter of the day then. All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
T, as in thank you.
All right, a three-letter word this week.
I just saw that.
Okay.
I just rearranged my head.
We're going to give away we're just giving away $300, and that is courtesy of Mainline Christmas Lights. Light up your holidays with Mainline Christmas Lights. They will custom design, install, maintain, and even store your lights for next season. Take the hassle out of the holidays and book now at mainlinechristmaslights.com. So we'll give that away on Wednesday. What's happening on your program today, man?
By the way, it announced the totals is tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the program, we will have Workforce Blocks of Joe Walsh for his birthday, Motley Crue, and Kings of Leon.
Excellent. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. You can save big on... save big at the Passing of the Torch sale. There we go. On November 27th through December 2nd. Tomorrow on our program, Tuesday, that it being, we will give away a tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing with Tattoosday. Good chance that we might have Tim Meadows on the program tomorrow. We're working on that. And also, as Pierre had said, the camp out totals will be revealed. And we don't know anything yet, so we're fingers crossed. It's another big year. I'm sure things went just wonderfully as it felt that way. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and keep it in nooch, too. See you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.